Okay, technology is a cruel thing. We tried it 3 minutes back and it played. So please bear with us. Anyway, if it doesn't play, we'll play it because it's a tradition. Just let's sort it out. Yes. Just play it from your laptop. In the meanwhile, can I request all of you to settle down, please? Settle down in your seats. Full voice, full volume.
प्रतिपाद्या जय जय स्वसंवेद्या आत्मरूपा देवातुति गणेषु सकलार्थमति प्रकाशु म्हणे निवृत्तिदासु अवधारि गोदी गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरु साक्षात् परब्रह्मा तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः।
Good morning, esteemed guests, industry leaders and visionaries. On behalf of the organizing committee, we extend a warm welcome to you on this year's MIT WPU Cxo-Entrepreneurs Alumni Meet, a gathering of exceptional minds committed to shaping the future of innovation, collaboration, and leadership. As we embark on this intellectual journey, let us remember the power of ideas, shared experiences, a collective action. Today's session promises to be insightful, impactful, and transformative.
So before we proceed, I would like to introduce a very special part and member of our MIT WPU family, Dr. Rahul Vishwanath Karad. Dr. Rahul Vishwanath Karad is the executive president of MIT WPU and the managing trustee of Myers MIT Group of Institutions, which includes 5 universities and 72 institutes serving over 70,000 students. A visionary in education, Dr. Karad's success lies in connecting academic degree programs to real-world problem solving, ensuring that education creates a meaningful impact on society. And if you walk around a campus today and visit our stalls, you will actually know how it actually works. As the founder of MIT School of Government, Bharat's first institution dedicated to grooming future political leaders, he has redefined leadership training. Additionally, he has created platforms like the Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad to nurture the next generation of leaders. A landmark achievement in his career was organizing India's inaugural National Legislators Conference, NLC Bharat, in 2023 in Mumbai. The event brought together over 1,800 legislators from all political parties to collaborate on innovative solutions for governance and to strengthen India's democratic fabric. The initiative has earned widespread acclaim, both within and beyond Bharat, for its efforts in evolving innovative solutions, encouraging meaningful cross-party dialogue, and setting new benchmarks for developmental governance and legislative excellence. In the past, Dr. Karad has served as chairman of the Committee on Knowledge, that is Skill and Education, at the Indian Merchant Chamber as well. He was also an advisor to the Selection Committee for the National Youth Award, Ministry of Youth Affairs, Government of India. Can we have a huge round of applause for Dr. Rahul Vishwanath Karad?
Janani Janmabhumisha Swargadapi Gariyasi. On behalf of the bodies of trustees and our revered founder, Dr. Vishwanath Karad, myself, I am also alumni of this institution, my dear friends. What a great day today. Let me welcome all of you. I carry a lot of joy and satisfaction that this particular day has come. This is now 42 years of our journey of MIT group of institutions, and of course the MIT, the main campus, now it is MIT World Peace University. I was sharing my thoughts with my colleagues and team members here that now this such a large organization wherein every year some 18,000 students are enrolled after 12th, and some 15,000 students are passing out every year from this very system. Just for your knowledge, many of you are not aware that some of the brands like Avantika University in Madhya Pradesh or in Shillong and some other parts of the country. So this has really become a very important education center which has given direction to many other players in city of Pune, Maharashtra. And I must say that proudly that, and you all will also feel proud, that this is among those 8 to 10 important private professional education players in the country from south, north, east, west, who has propelled the growth of our higher education in the country. And today's this idea of we all coming together is very simple. I told my, the deans and all other teaching fraternity, who is serving here. There are around 3,000 teachers now in the whole system of MIT, where primary education, higher education, 60,000 students at higher education level, 20,000 students in pre-primary education, CBSE schools and other system. But important is what is the impact and where we have come so far. So to carry forward this very vision, what was proclaimed long back by Swami Vivekananda, the unification of science and spirituality alone can bring peace to the mankind. And that very thread was carried further by our beloved founder. And the culmination, what you see, the World Peace Dome, the biggest dome in the world for the to create the better humans for the society to carry on. So I will request that today evening we all will be meeting each other. I have some today the family marriage, so it may look family engagement ceremony. My cousin's daughter is going to get married, so I'm going to another campus, Rajbagh, where we have 11 o'clock Muhurat. So I'm little, so you all have to excuse me. But again by 1 o'clock I'll be here along with the founder in his chamber. Some of the old alumni, I'm sure you have great memories with our founder. And I shared, he said, Ki Rahul, what is the purpose this? I said, IITs and many such other government institutions are quite successful in building up the alumni network. but but overall in India, if we see that private institutions are not that successful, and in the West, of course, they have their own models in America and various parts of the country. So I communicated my colleagues here that we have to evolve this body as a chamber. And that's how today evening there is a large number of other members are going to come. Some 15 to 1800 members are going to be there today evening, I was told. But this small group who are the CXOs, CEOs, and other professionals coming together here, I think we have some plans, the future plans in our mind. So after this alumni also, we will be writing it to you, this particular meet, communicating even the growth story of this institution, how and what way you people can contribute. And there is all, some of the members, whomever I meet, कि अरे भाई संस्था से communication नहीं आता, MIT से हमें. So, but I think slowly we are building up, and in a very short span, our team has definitely done a significant work. So let us compliment them. They all have worked very, very hard. So thank you, all the members here, and the and this particular organization, particularly the chapters, I mean to say, in different parts of the country also and other parts of the country also, we have to truly create a model wherein from the ASSOCHAM to all such institutions across the the chambers like Maratha Chamber of Commerce, and so this can create a great value for overall industrial development of our country. And I always say that to my teachers also, that our output is the industry's input, and that's how while working on the graduates, while passing out, and how and what way we can go closer to the vision of this MIT World Peace University. It is not just a fashion with a lot of thought and thinking. You all know that long back, Dr. Karad, he said that we want to introduce subject along with the engineering syllabus, human dynamics, and so much so. And but with this journey now, we have come quite far, my dear friends. And I think through this exercise, how to connect all the degree programs with the society, how to create a thorough graduate who is truly socially active also and spiritually elevated also, so that he become a true contributor for the corporate world. So all these thoughts, all the time we try and provoke our faculty members and everybody that we need to think in this direction, and this MIT World Peace University, because of the solid foundation and you as ambassadors for this great institution, I think truly I'm confident that we'll be able to achieve this dream. In your and my life, 40, 50 years is that way very big period, but for an education institution, 40 years is a very small journey, and whatever this institution has achieved because of the success of each one of you, I think this is something commendable. So once again, I request you to clap for ourselves, and we carry forward. I will speak to you once again today evening here at lawns of MIT, and in the future also we develop this relationship more stronger and stronger. Thank you so much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Ji is our family. Thank you, Saurabh ji, for finding time. You are very much alumni, and I mean, he left after first year and joined some others, but he's a great successful leader. Thank you so much for strengthening this idea here. Thank you.
Take a photograph. If you could all stand up. So may I request the photography team to take this, capture this momentous occasion. Please, can you all rise so that we have this group photo? May I request you all to settle down? If all of you have been reading the pink papers, the business papers, our guest of honor today needs no introduction. He is the Sachin Tendulkar of September. What happened at the IPO was reminded me of Sachin Tendulkar at 1998 at Sharjah. So that's what we did. But let us formally introduce him. In the meanwhile, may I request our registrar sir to please come on stage. Mr. Ganesh Pokre, please. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we begin this momentous gathering, it is our privilege to welcome an individual whose visionary leadership and entrepreneurship have redefined excellence in the jewelry industry. Allow me to introduce Dr. Saurabh Vidyadhar Gadgil, the Chairman and Managing Director of PNG Jewelers Limited. It is a name synonymous with trust, commitment, and purity. Dr. Gadgil has transformed a 192-year-old business legacy into a globally recognized corporate entity. Under his dynamic leadership, PNG Jewelers has grown from a single store to a network of 48 stores in India and abroad, earning a reputation as one of India's most trusted jewelry brands. His forward-thinking approach has not only modernized traditional PN Gadgil Jewelers and Company, but also positioned PNG Jewelers as a contemporary global brand. Dr. Gadgil's inspiring journey spans over 24 years of strategic leadership, marked by his bold decisions and unwavering commitment to excellence. His contributions have made him a youth icon and a source of inspiration for future entrepreneurs. Beyond his professional achievements, Dr. Gadgil is a multifaceted individual with a passion for working out, traveling, watching films, and engaging in his favorite sports, football and chess. Today, we are honored to have Dr. Gadgil here with us. Sir, your dedication, innovation, and leadership exemplify the values of success. It is our privilege to celebrate your remarkable achievements. I now request Neeraj sir to proceed.
May I request you, Saurabh ji, to please come on stage? Mr. Ganesh Pokre, Registrar, MIT World Peace University, will felicitate him. Yes, you please.
Check. Hello. Hello.
Hello. Ahika, am I audible? So as we, I mean, it is a very poignant moment because PNG Jewelers enjoys the same emotion or sentiment amongst the Marathi household that Chitai Bandhu Bakarwadi does. Yeah, it deserves an applause. So I was referring to the IPO initially. I'm going to read this out so that I'm factually correct. Mr. Suvir Chainani was supposed to do this session, head of equity research at CLSA, but unfortunately he had some personal exigency, so he couldn't make it. In September 2024, Maharashtra's and one of India's iconic brands, PNG Jewelers, achieved a significant milestone by becoming a public listed company with its IPO debuting, hold your breath, at a remarkable 74% premium. Yeah. So that makes him a billionaire, but that's only one part of the story. With an annual turnover exceeding rupees 6,000 crore, PNG Jeweler employs more than 2,000 people and serves more than 1 million customers every year. Now that's remarkable. The IPO apart, why do you think that the IPO received such a huge reception? And one, it must have changed the scale perhaps for you in what you imagined and what has turned out. So how do you, now, is there a change in what you saw and what you plan to do? So both questions, please.
Good morning, everybody. I think it's an honor to be here, and especially for our alumni meet, because I think every institute, alumni are the people who build the institute and who take the institute forward. And I think all of you are doing great jobs here. So firstly, congratulations to all of you that you're a part of a great institute. So, best wishes for the career ahead. Coming to IPO, I think it was like a dream come true. I'll just go a little back. This was during the COVID times when, the whole world had almost come to a stop. And, it was like we were really brainstorming on how we can change our business model. How can we become more effective? How can we become an industry leader in a way that we pioneer a different way of working? And we did a lot of new things at that point of time. We changed the business model from only selling off the shelf to made to order. This helped us to work with lesser inventory, gave us higher stock turns, gave us revenue per square feet. So all these metrics increased. And from day one, we were always focused on compliance, because we always knew that you go public or remain private, but being compliant makes your life very easy, helps you sleep well at night. And that was the focus which we always had. And another focus we had was customer service, because that's what we are. These two things culminated in a right way post-COVID. The last 3 years, 3 years after COVID, there's huge growth in the industry. People call it revenge shopping. People called it, shopping for the future. People call it investing. But business grew by leaps and bounds. And what happened was that we started realizing that as Indian income is growing, people are spending more. Somewhere I used to always feel that what happened in China in 2000, when people had a huge rise in income, they spent on luxury. They bought luxury bags, shoes. Indians, during COVID, I had seen in US when they got dole-outs, they went and bought jewelry or bought gold. So one thing was that when Indians see this income rise, they will invest the surplus in gold. And that was my belief, and which was proven right, that the industry grew by leaps and bounds. And we were at a position where the financial world was looking at the jewelry industry as a growth driver in the next decade. So there was a lot of interest shown by institutions, funds to invest in the company. So at that point we had two options. In fact, three options. One was not to do anything, remain private as you are, and continue in a slow and steady way. Another was to take private equity investments from mutual funds or from private equity players. Another thing was to go full-fledged public. Public always is like a double-edged sword. It's high on compliance. It's high on expectations, but it also gives you a bigger platform. So when people ask what does a billionaire mean, I said it's a title. What it really means is it gives you a larger canvas to paint your story on. So I think this is what really helped us, being compliant, being in the industry which was seen as the growth industry for the coming decade. And I think the whole way the IPO journey was done in a very strategic way. For us, the IPO was like a newborn baby. It took exactly 9 months. We finalized the merchant bank on December 17, 2023. And September 17, 2024, we listed. So it exactly 9 months when the whole process of getting the merchant bankers in place, doing a DRHP, doing an investor round, doing the RHP, and listing happened. So I think it was put it together, I think it's destiny first. I think it's wishes, like we always say, Dr. Karan and my grandfather were very close, and this always say that blessings are the, the biggest source of any success you have. So I think blessings from, the Almighty, from the forefathers, and hard work is what was the result. I mean, what made this IPO successful. And I think the largest part is when you deliver to people's expectations. We as a brand has always stood for what people want, always stood for honoring people's expectations and giving them more. I think that is what we received back in the IPO, that we got expected more than what we had asked for. So I think it's a great feeling, but it's also a feeling of now being more responsible and being aware that we are now, more and more transparent, more and more answerable to the society, to investors. And I think as a company, we are really committed to deliver more value to all our stakeholders.
I mean, we have heard of babies being, he mentioned babies being born with silver spoon in the mouth. This one was born with golden spoon in the mouth. So what has changed? You mentioned that it brings, with great power comes great responsibility. So what has changed for you from being a private company to being a listed one now?
See, really nothing has changed for me personally. I still do the same thing what I used to do. I still go to shops every day. I still spend time with my team, look at report. I do the same thing what I've been doing. What really has changed is quarter over quarter results, market expectations, talking to investors. But the positive thing that really has changed for us is now we have a larger canvas to play on. We today have a larger playground. It is not only Maharashtra, it's India now. It's the world now. So I think it gives us a lot of more opportunity. It gets with us a lot of new talent, because for any industry, we need good people, we need professionals. So as a listed company, you attract better talent. You have a better resources to go into newer areas, ideate, create newer trends, create newer things. So I think as a company, we really feel that we now today have the empowerment to be a game changer in the industry. So that's what really has changed. What has not changed is our dedication to work. And I really believe that for us, it's always been people over profits, which will always continue. That we always believe that people make the company, people make a company a success, and people are what really drives the entire organization. And especially in jewelry, it is people, our employees, our customers. It's not we don't sell a product. We sell. What we deal is in emotions, relationships. What the people buy from us are their happy moments. People share with the happy moments. So that is what we really are for, and that will always we'll keep on striving for.
So I was going to ask you, what are the key metrics that you track, and some of them probably are covered. Is there anything apart from this that you keep tracking as an entrepreneur, as a CXO?
No, we do a lot of, we have a big tech setup, and we do a lot of tracking. So this is just the front side of it. On the back side of it, tracking, on daily targets, store-wise, category-wise. So like we have necklaces, bangle, mangalsutra. So category-wise, looking at stock turns, looking at your revenue per store, revenue per square feet, revenue per employee, your stock lead time, stock aging. We track a lot of metrics, because as retail, every day is a new day. Every day is a new challenge. So what we always say is retail is about detail. And if you lose the hang of detail, you'll not be successful at retail. So that is what we believe in. So tracking at our end is very strong. We have a very strong MIS team. We have a dedicated CXO office, which does a lot of data crunching. We do forecasting on sales. Our entire buying is scientific. Merchandising is all data-based. So we believe at the core of our success is data, and be it consumers, the entire database, tracking on levels of purchase, times of purchase. So all this, science has to be mixed, in retail with the shopping experience. If you just do it as a passion, it's limited. But when you grow on a scale, it has to be backed by science, by data.
So you mentioned experience. Now the gold, jewelry business is consolidated as well as fragmented. It's two ends. Fragmented because you have local niche players and people have been going to jewelers for generations together. And on the other hand, the extreme end, you have these big brands who have dominated the markets for ages. Now, how do you retain, and it's a very much look and feel kind of experience, jewelry. like sari buying, ya color madhe te design and that kind of thing. So how do you manage in a digital age, how have you managed to bring out the balance between staying personal and then being an Amazon of sorts?
See, like I said before, jewelry is about relationships. You cannot be just technology. So what we have done is we have used technology at the back end, but the front end is all personal. So even today, somebody wishes on a birthday, you feel it's more special than a message you get. So similarly, at our end, if it's a customer's birthday, if it's something to be offer for a customer, we ensure that we call the customer, speak to them. Our interaction is as much as possible personalized, because jewelry is not just about technology. It's not just about having that online experience. But yes, definitely online experience has an important role in it. So what we call is we have an omni-channel kind of setup where you can browse online and come and shop offline. So somebody can browse hundreds of designs online, can shortlist what they have liked, and then when they can ask that these designs can be made available at a store with a given appointment, can come and choose from those designs. What it helps them is to make that time shorter at the store, to make their buying more convenient, more effective. So that is how we use technology. We have our own chatbot. People can come and ask questions on that. We can get jewelry customized. So anything that you have in technology is there. But we always believe that encouraging our people to be going out of way to serve customers is what we really focus on. So we call it the P&G way of selling, and we do a lot of investment in training for that, because at the core of it is a happy customer. And I think shopping today, customer today is the king. Even if you look at education today, if you don't have good alumni, the institute will not go ahead. Similar way, for customer, for us, if we don't have happy customers, we'll not be able to progress ahead. So customer is the king, and I think that is what we really go all out to ensure that we use technology as a tool, but the in-person contact or the relations we have with them is what we really strive on and we improve on every day, year over year.
So we talked about modernization, but for any institution, whether it's MIT WPU that is deeply rooted in tradition, looking at the future, but serving a contemporary audience. You have partially answered how you have retained your tradition with modernity. But while doing so, what have been the major challenges that you have faced, and how have you, what's been your approach to overcome them?
See, I think challenges, when you do any change, there are challenges. When we came to Pune, we were Pune Gadgir. At that time, people thought Pune Gadgir is because Pune, and Gadgir is a family name, and Pune is Pune. Now from Pune Gadgir to PNG, this journey, why do we need to do PNG? There were people, so anything you change, there are going to be people who will kind of, oppose it, who will kind of, try to pull you down. But I think what is important for us as a company and for me as an individual was to have a clear focus on what you're doing. When we started doing marketing, advertising, when I joined in 2000, nobody was doing advertising. And it was like, why do you need to advertise? Why do you need to build a brand? You're already there. So I think, why do you need to expand? So a lot of these questions were why. Because maybe at that point of time, at that generation which they were from, those things were relevant. See, we used to always say that Maharashtrian loko kaam karat nahi. Maharashtrian loko business karat nahi, kaam kartat. So when I meet a lot of non-Maharashtrians say that the best trustworthy people are Maharashtrians. They will never cheat, but they're not risk-taking. And I always feel that why are we classified that way, that we are not risk-taking. As a business, you do any business, small, big, risk is a part of it. You have to look at a business which, there's risk, the returns. So that was always in my mind, that when I joined, I was very sure that I did not want to just sit in one store and continue that legacy ahead of going in the morning, opening the store, sitting on the cash counter, going home for lunch, coming back, evening close the store and go home. That would have been a very easy life for me, doing a lot of other things in the meantime, having one store. But I was very clear that if I had to join the business had to grow. We had to make it into a chain of stores, and eventually we had to be one of the leading players in India and globally. So I think my mind was fixed on what I had to do. The journey was full of challenges, and in every entrepreneur journey, I think there'd be times when people have done well. Sometimes you have taken decisions which have not gone well for you. You may have incurred losses, you may have incurred failures, but I think that's a learning. And as an entrepreneur, I really feel that each one of us must have faced this and must have bounced back from that. But every failure is a learning for us. Every failure is a motivation to do something more. And that is what I think I believed in. So challenges have been many. Challenges of going from one store to second store was the biggest challenge, because one store is family. It's like they say, when you are cooking at home and when you're cooking for 1,000 people, it's a different ball game. Same thing was here at once. When you're doing a store where you're not present, that's a challenge. Doing unknown things was a challenge. Doing marketing was a challenge. Going online was a challenge. And a lot of times, some things you did before the time came. Sometimes you realize, okay, you need to wait for a couple of more years and do it. But all in all, I think what we have really succeeded is keep on doing what we have believed in, keep on doing what we felt was good for the business, keep on learning from mistakes, and I think that's been the real success. So I think challenges for me personally are opportunities to really thrive, to bring out your best, and to learn from them.
So one thing that we visibly see different during your tenure is the focus on marketing and branding. You have had celebrities like Madhuri Dixit, Salman Khan, Raveena Tandon. How do you get these, in a way, celebrities who are not your, girl or boy next door kind of people to align with your brand values that are so deeply rooted in tradition, culture, and localness?
See, I had written a blog on LinkedIn on this celebrity thing that, getting a celebrity is a very a face to endorse your brand is almost like that celebrity has to align with your brand values. And when we signed celebrity, we thought of Madhuri Dixit. Now this was a very thoughtful decision. 2010 we signed her. It's been more than now 13, 14 years, and the common philosophy here was that we stand for timeless values, and let's have somebody who stands for timeless values, timeless beauty. And we obviously needed a female to endorse jewelry. So we chose on somebody who again has a timeless appeal, a timeless aura, and a brand. When you are going outside your comfort zone, you need somebody to endorse the brand, somebody to advertise the brand, and that is how these brand ambassadors, celebrities help. They cannot sell for you; they can open doors for you. So I always say a celebrity can make a customer walk into your store, but the celebrity cannot make the customer buy from you. You have to be able to demonstrate designs, demonstrate experience to convert that walk-in into a customer. And that is what we have effectively been able to mingle together, is getting those newer footfalls, getting those newer eyeballs, and then converting them into customers. So I think celebrities work if done effectively, and you have to be able to know what to do and what not to do when signing a celebrity.
As you take on competition, who are the peers that you look up to, and what's going to be your strategy to, is it a David versus Goliath game, or how do you look at things ahead?
Competition we feel is everybody, and even a single store can be a competition. For us, the important thing is to be aware of the market, aware of what is happening in the market. Are we relevant, and are we a step ahead of what is there in the market? That is what we see as competition. There'll be chain stores which are national chain stores. There'll be regional chain stores like we are. So I think there's space for everybody in this market. Indian jewelry market today is almost $100 billion market. It's a huge market, growing at almost a 20% CAGR. So in the next 4 or 5 years, the market should double to $200 billion. That's a huge market. What I see primarily is Indian market, we see a lot of consolidation happening. India today has more than 10 lakh jewelers. In perspective, a Chinese market would have not more than 1,50,000 jewelers. So Indians, like they say, every household had a jeweler, every street had a small jewelry store. Those things may change. The market may get more organized. Retail chains may come up which are more organized. And I think that there'll be national chains, regional chains, city-based chains. Each one have its own space. What has to be there is to be able to keep the focus on customers, keep the focus on operations, and being able to keep on growing. So I think competition for us is everybody, And if you say there's nobody, we look at ourselves as a competition, and every year we try to outbid what we've done last year.
So for anyone wanting to, you're planning a US footprint, major US footprint. How are you doing that? It's a culturally different zone, and the jewelry habits, wearing habits, and style habits, and they're different. How do you see yourself conquering those markets?
See, again, US market, we are not targeting the whites there. We're targeting our Indian people there. So they are what you are here. Even if you go overseas, you're not going to change your habits. So that is what we target. So now we are in California for more than 10 years. It is the same way of functioning, the same way of dealing. So I think Indian people, wherever they go worldwide, we will be able to have the same kind of bond, the same kind of connectivity. So I don't think it's a challenge from the customer side. The challenge is more from the side of regulatory, to be able to be compliant in those particular countries. Laws are different there. So I think you need to be very strong on compliance there. But beyond that, customer, like I said, customer is the king, and the king is the same everywhere. We Indians today are the kings globally. Whichever market you go to, Indians are the most, I would say, respected buyer today. It was Chinese some years ago, but today when you go and overseas, when you say you're from India, oh great. So they see that you have potential to invest, to develop for. So I think it's not a challenge. The challenge is really to understand how the market works there. So operationally, you have to understand the whole ecosystem there, rules, regulations there. So that's a challenge. A challenge is not about customers. Indians, I think, are the best customers worldwide.
You were a national level chess player. So what has chess taught you? Or you talk about health, and so it's brain, as you are a fitness freak, and also chess. So it's brain and brawn. So what has indulging in sports taught you?
So I think sports, the best thing that sports get out of you is the competitive spirit, the spirit to win. That is what any sport you play inculcates in you. Chess at an early age taught me really patience, to sit at one place. And in chess, the unique thing is it's not only about what you are playing, it's about what the opponent will play. So you think also about your moves, but also about your opponent's moves. So in real life, when you look at it, when you said competition, so that's what chess teaches you. It's not about what you should do, what you are doing, but also what the market is doing, what the competition is doing. So I think that's the real takeaway from chess, that you focus not only on your moves, but also on the opponent's moves. So I think that has been, I still play chess online, but I play speed chess now. I don't play the regular chess, but yeah, chess has been dear to me, always is dear to me, because I think that's a game which really makes, your mind and body combined together. It gives you a lot of patience, gives you that forward-looking, strategic thinking ability. So I think it's a great sport.
So how does your day look like now? Now or forever? Because managing such a huge business.
It's been the same, actually. There's nothing.
So take us through what do you reach office and then what? Or please take us through it, because a day in the life of a billionaire, that's what we would love to.
I would say billionaire is just a title, and I always say that billionaire is nothing has changed. See what? So in the morning, I get up, I do my chores, I work out. I have a gym in the house itself, so I work out at home, and then I go to work. I typically sit at my head office, Lakshmi Road, but I keep on traveling to branches. I spend time meeting my teams, so the day is planned. With different departments, studying, reviewing. I spend time on a lot of reports. Socially in the evening, there's some commitments which I have to attend to, so I do that. Make time to meet friends. I believe that life has to be, rich or poor. I don't believe anything in this life. If life is worth, if you don't enjoy life. So one should really live life. And while living life, one should meet people. Your biggest strength is your well-wishers, your friends. And that is something which I feel like I keep on doing more and more. I like to learn from people. So I meet a lot of people, talk to them. Learning is something which is more important than speaking. And I think when you meet people, when you talk to people from different industries, the amount of knowledge you share is enormous. one thing which has changed right now is meeting investors. So, there's a lot of time spent in that, especially mutual funds, hedge fund, talking to them, people who are investing in a company, they want to know more, people who want to invest. So that is investor meet, quarterly results. So it's a mix of things, but PNG is the focus. And I think what has really not changed is my passion, because I always believe that money, titles don't last, but the passion is what really makes you do more and more. And that what I think is what I think is still the same in me.
That's wonderful. On that note, I'd like to, seeing the brand succeed is something personal, as I said in the beginning. It's something that is dear to you. When it does well, you always feel that vicarious pleasure and feel it's personal. So thank you so much for joining us, and all of this will be streamed and relayed. Any questions? Yeah. We'll take only 2 questions for paucity of time, but yes.
Hello. Brilliant kind of a chat we have, coming from a new billionaire now. Okay. So I just wanted to ask you a very basic question, but what is the best thing that you have done? You can tell to all the entrepreneurs that, please be very complacent or don't be very complacent about this. And which is one thing that you really regret saying, I would have done this, but I was not been able to do that. Anything from a business perspective?
I think dream is what I have done the best. Dream what I want to do ahead. Dream for growth. Because everything starts with a dream. So I think that is one thing which I've done very successfully. What I would say that I would want to really, which I have really worked on, is taking decisions only by gut feeling. At times you get carried away and you feel that my gut says I want to do this, but at a smaller level, it works. At a larger level, a gut needs data, needs logic, and that's what I've learned, that at a larger level, a gut gone wrong can lead to a large loss. So now I kind of curtail my gut by asking people and by getting data, numbers in place, and then going ahead.
Yeah. Hi, Saurabh. I'm Tushar. It was very encouraging to hear you out. At such a young age, you've made it out. I wanted to understand what is that one differentiating factor if somebody is going and there's a Tanishq store and there's a PNG store. What is that one differentiating factor that you've been able to create that persuades someone to go to your store and not to Tanishq?
So I think the biggest factor which I would say is the emotional connect we have with customers. Like I said before, jewelry is not just a product. Today, there is nobody who can say that this design is my trademark design, which nobody else can make. Everybody sells every kind of jewelry. What really stands apart, we believe, is the customer connect we have. You should see value in coming and shopping with us. The value is not just monetary value. The value which is a family relationship, a value which is the bond over a number of years. The value is the happy times we have shared together. And I think that is what really is all about jewelry, the relationships. And that I think is what will really help us also as we go ahead. Because I always say, wherever we go, we have to build relationships. Jewelry is not a one-time purchase. Jewelry is, and it's not only in happy times. There have been times where people sell jewelry during their hard times. We also have to stand with them during those hard times and give them a promise that you will bounce back. And that I think is what really separates us from anybody else in the market.
One last question, please. Yeah. She had already. Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm from cyber security domain, so I'll ask question in that way only. So can you tell us about red team and blue team at PNG?
See, cyber security is a department which we really look at very closely. Since we do a lot of online business also, so we have 2 separate teams which manage the entire cyber department. What we really do at our end is, since our ERP is internal, not open-ended for outside, so it's internally balanced. We have a set of departments. We do an audit on that. It is SaaS compliant. When it comes to online, again, we have a separate department which does, because online there's more risk of, hacking, there's more risk of, frauds happening. So I think on both the sides, we have a team, a dedicated team. On our board of directors, we have a couple of cyber experts who are themselves in the cyber expert domain. But as a company, every quarter we look at audits, we look at trying to see if there any thing we need to work on. But fortunately, we are blessed that we've had no incident till now.
Different banners in the market. That was I was asking about, the blue one and the red one.
Well, that's just a family arrangement. So every family grows.
Yeah.
There are different factions. We decide to follow their own way. So that it's just in family there are some other people who are doing business. So that's about it. But it's a healthy relationship. There's no bad blood in that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. We have many more sessions to follow, many exciting ones. Saurabhji, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
We'll just have one photo. And this will be, again, as I said, we'll be reaching a far wider audience. We have almost 1 lakh alumni around the world, and we'll be sending all of these videos to them as well.
We'll be beginning the panel discussion shortly. The theme of today's discussions revolves around innovation, inclusivity, and integration. Through thoughtfully curated panels and breakout sessions, we aim to address the most pressing challenges of our times. We plan to envision sustainable solutions for the future through these discussions. From exploring smart city governance and redefining success for women to leveraging technology for community outreach and business growth, today's agenda covers a diverse spectrum of critical topics. We are confident that these conversations will inspire actionable insights. To begin, we present our first panel discussion of the day, Smart City Governance, Collaboration Across Sectors for Integrated Urban Solutions. As urbanization accelerates globally, cities face mounting pressures to provide efficient, sustainable, and equitable services. This panel will discuss how technology and cross-sector collaboration can address modern urban challenges and social integrated solutions. We are delighted to have an exceptional lineup for this session. The session will be moderated by Mr. Shekhar Badwe, Founder-Director of Locus Design and a Cannes Design License Junior. Joining him as panelists are Dr. Hemant Samtani, Director at Cisco, Dr. Sampath Kumar, Head, Group Center of Excellence at Biocon, Mr. Vineet Majgaonkar, Chairman of Armstrong Dematic, and Ms. Reshma Chenani, CEO of Vansam Group of Companies. I request our panelists and moderators to please join us on the stage. Can we have a huge round of applause for them, please?
Hello. Check. Hello. Hello.
So I just wanted to reiterate that the detailed profiles are with you in the PDFs. We realize that they are so distinguished that even if we had to describe each one's achievements in under 2 minutes, and we have 20 panelists, it's 40 minutes worth of achievements. So, anyway, we'll be sharing the PDFs, etc. Do read through, and over to you.
Hello. Am I audible? All right, good morning, everyone. And what we've promised each other is that we're not going to ask difficult questions and stick to the syllabus. Being alumni of MIT, all of us are aware of the preparatory leaves that we used to get for a month and a half. And we've done that. I'm very glad to be here. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Vishwanath Karad, sir, and Dr. Rahul Karad. And the alumni committee, which has been exceptional in terms of getting us together, following up, ensuring that our enthusiasm remains. And welcome to all of you alumni here. I have an amazing star-studded panel here, and it's going to be fun. I'll keep it very simple, crisp, so that we might have some chance for question answers, but it's a difficult topic. And I would not go into detailed introductions. I would encourage that if you could speak about yourselves for a minute. So I'll start with Hemant Samtani. He is the Director, Global Delivery, Service Provider and Data Center Technology, Professional Services for Cisco. We have Dr. Sampath Kumar, who is the Head of Group Center of Excellence at Biocon. We have Vineet Mazgaonkar, Chairman Armstrong Dematic, and we have the beautiful Reshma Chenani balancing the equation here. So she is the Chief Executive Officer of Vansam Group of companies, and I'm Shekhar Badwe. I co-founded Locus Design. I'll ask Hemant to give a very brief, quick introduction, and then we'll jump into it.
All right. Thanks, Shekhar, and good morning. Great to be here. I'm Hemant from the 2001 ENTC batch, and I am not a doctor, so that was a typo. So 2001 I passed out, did my master's at USC, and then I joined a startup called Starent Networks. So primarily I worked in service provider space, building backhaul access networks. The services that you folks use, broadband, 4G, 5G, a lot of those networks at the back end are done by Cisco. And I have had an opportunity to work with SPs globally. Smart cities as a topic is extremely important for Cisco as an organization. We've put in a lot of investment and focus on it. Although I've not directly worked on it, but been on the fence and seen that. So very looking forward to this. And on the personal front, Pune based, I live here with my family, born and brought up here, so really happy to be there. Thank you.
Yeah, Vineet.
Good morning, I'm Vineet Mazgaonkar. I'm the co-founder of Armstrong Dematic. My co-founder is also sitting here, Pranav. We founded this company 25 years ago. We are into the intralogistics, robotics and automation sector. Basically, all that you normally order online has a journey, and by the time it reaches your doorstep, there's hardly any goods that wouldn't have touched our machines and our systems. So that's a brief intro of ours.
Good morning, everyone, and it feels very, very nostalgic to be back here. And for a moment, looking at the stage, it took me days when we would participate on the shows, some fashion shows, some act outs. So it's really a beautiful feeling. I'm from the 96B polymer batch pass out, second university rank topper. After that, I sort of digressed in my journey slightly away from engineering and did a diploma in business finance, then got into banking, worked in a couple of MNC banks, worked in Citibank Singapore, BNP Paribas, ICICI Private Banking, etc. And then the calling was, of course, to join our family business, which my dad has started about 55 years back in the agrochemical space. And thereafter, in the year 2000, he set up an IT park, which is the first private sector IT park in the country. So we are in the real estate space, providing office space to now we talk about unicorns, etc., but the startup industry was very nascent at that point of time, and the whole one-stop shop solution was provided. So I'm based out of Bombay, but I'm the group CEO for the Mansam Group and second generation entrepreneur, and I'm very blessed and privileged to have this platform, and very, very honored to come back here and looking forward to this session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now that she told me she's 96 batch, right?
Yes.
So now I remember that I have seen her, right here outside in petrochemical. I'm in petrochemical. so 97 batch, gold medalist, and that is something that I was very reminded by all my batchmates from petrochemical engineering, because when I brought my family here a few years back, it was good to see my name there listed. So it was very, very, I wanted to thank Professor Dange and all other professors in petrochemical. I'm just not haunting about the gold medalist, but it's about the connection with the college, right? It's about having that alma mater that you really proud of. It's about that. So originally I wanted to do a biotech. I didn't know that actually in one of my high school alma mater, reunions, they told me that I had an admission at Anna University Biotech, but I never took that. I wanted to become a medical doctor. And, but I applied for all the medical schools at that time in '93, but I couldn't get anywhere. Then Professor Vijay S. Rao was here at that time. He passed away recently. Through him is what I got a opportunity to study here. And his first condition is you have to pass out with the gold medal at 93 itself. I have no clue 4 years later. But then I wanted to become a doctor, so I went to the US, did my MPhil and PhD in chemical engineering. And now I'm back into biotech. I'm in Biocon. So somewhere I did not take it up. It's just life is a full circle. And I'm so excited to talk about the healthcare sector here when it comes to the smart city governance.
Absolutely.
So,
fantastic. So thank you so much, amazing panel here. I'm Shekhar, I'm from the 95 batch. I did specialization in tool design, went on to do my master's in product design from National Institute of Design, Ahmedabad, and successfully dropped out of IIT PhD Mumbai, saying that I can't come and stay there because I have a business to look after. So that's the only connection with PhD that I had for a couple of weeks. I am also part of the Cannes design jury, which is a worldwide jury, and proud to be representing India and Asia there. I'm also part of the CII's National Committee on Smart Cities and Design, also part of the India Design Mark, which is an award given for best design or products in India, which is part of Government of India. So that's a quick introduction, and now we will move on. I will quickly put a simple understanding of what smart cities are and what does it mean to us and why is it important and why is this topic getting discussed here. And I believe it's very critical to understand this. So some starters here, quick ones, which will probably set the ball rolling. So nearly 31% of India's population, current population, which is 2011 census, resides in cities. So which is 31% and contributes around 63% to the GDP, which is phenomenal number. This is growing dramatically. And it is going to be from 31% to 40% next year, which is a remarkable jump. and going to contribute 75% to the GDP, which is again phenomenal. So this is what the importance of cities or urban infrastructure would mean to the growth of India. What it requires, and this is also being very critically mentioned on the Ministry of Home and Urban Development websites, if you go on, which is where Smart Cities mission is part of. It says that it requires comprehensive development of physical, institutional, social and economic infrastructure. And this is extremely critical, and these are the 4 pillars that they talk about in terms of what is a smart city about. So a smart city should build on these 4 pillars, and of course there are 6 principles. I will not go into those details. So Smart Cities mission was launched in 2015 by the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and this is under Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India. This is the mission's main objective is to promote cities, because the population is moving towards cities and it is contributing to the GDP well beyond 3/4 or 75% of the total GDP. And what the mission also talks about is that they have a very strong mission of offering smart solutions. Now, smart solutions are e-governance to waste management to water management to energy, and they also talk about development of human beings, which is very surprising to see on a government website, but very happy to see that there. So the central government has already spent 48,000 crores. The total outlay is 1,60,000 crores. 90% of it is already been utilized. I don't know where it is. Pune is a smart city. Pune, we get to see certain centers where we see these spots, and that brings us back to the debate or the discussion that we will have, saying that if 1,60,000 crores has been spent in India on 100 cities, where is it? And why is it that I am not feeling, being part of Pune, that we are smart or smart enough now? Of course, there are bad jokes in Pune that we don't need a smart city. We are already very smart. That was a joke when they had announced Pune as a smart city. Coming back, unfortunately, there is no standard definition for what a smart city is. What do you call a smart city? There's nothing globally, though Barcelona was the smartest city, the best city, which was developed under Smart Cities mission, which was looked as a benchmark by global standards, but there is no definition of a smart city. So I would like to start with a very simple question, and we have only 4 questions, don't worry, and we're going to be very, very crisp as far as possible, but I would encourage, if you have a long enough answer, don't shy away, go ahead. We have enough time to deliberate on this, and it's extremely critical for us. Thankfully, we are a panel from diverse domains, and I would like to really bring out aspects that somebody can take away, somebody can build, somebody can refer back into certain advisory boards. So I'll start with Dr. Sampath here. What is your definition of a smart city? It doesn't matter because nobody has defined it. So we can take this opportunity to say that this is my smart city. Please.
So from the healthcare, perspective, because I'm working in biotech, and from that perspective, wherever we go for healthcare, whether it's a hospital, or sometimes if you see the local people, they just go to the pharmacy. I have cold. What should I take? So all the healthcare providers, physicians, and including the citizens need to become smart first. So sometimes you say my stomach is hurting, but it's actually the liver. So people are not even able to discern, where the pain is to tell the doctor. So obviously the doctors will have to diagnose properly and then give you a medicine and then give you a medicine, etc. So that awareness, first of all, when I say the hospital and pharmacies need to be smart, it can also be from the angle of understanding the patient. Because again, like what for the P&G Jewelers, they talked about customer centricity. People also go to a hospital or a healthcare provider with that aspect of customer service and curing the disease. and also word of mouth. Say, oh, Apollo's good or Apollo's not good. You know, something like that, right? So that information, that again comes back to the IT team, you know, working with sharing of information between the hospitals is possible. Again, there is data privacy, cybersecurity, all of that, you know, has to be thought through. I was also thinking of maybe we can have a QR code for each individual personal health data. Like how you have, again, outlandish, whatever thought process. But like you have a PAN card and an Aadhaar card, can we have a health card that talks about, and it's all personal, because I was in the US for 20 years. I never want my employer to know whether I had diabetes or I had health problem, anything, right? So, but I'm in perfect health, but I want my health, employer to not know anything about my health, in fact. That's privacy. So again, giving data to the hospitals comes with the layer of data privacy, all those laws, and maybe a person, and also I see the need for smartness is also required when we talk about treating the elderly. The senior citizens, nowadays senior citizens, more than healthcare, they need somebody to talk to, because everybody gets into this mode. And the kids as well, even though they want to do good, but they're not able to with the busy lives, the elderly. So can we come up with a lot of ideas? I will leave now at this, and then I'll pass it on. And then I can elaborate in the next question.
Yep. Thanks. Yeah, Reshma.
Yeah, hi. I'll probably talk in respect to the real estate sector. So development of urban areas with the help of the IoT, technology, government, collaborations to make the city not only smart but also sustainable is probably kind of the definition I would look at. In this, there are many ideas which, while we are at the IT park, and we are implementing some of it, and which we would like also to, for the government to help us build on. Basic metrics of measuring, saving on electricity. So we have solar power, solar panels across all our buildings to have green energy or renewable source of energy. We have collaboration. We work on waste segregation because a lot of e-waste is generated, and we want the right way to dispose it, so we tie up with NGOs to collect it. There is also the traffic congestion part of it in a city like Pune, where the traffic is just burgeoning, and we really need the public infrastructure to be in place for transportation. Right. And with the new Maha Metro coming in, and we did a small tie-up with them, so it has been fantastic. I mean, I think the ridership has gone up to, I think, 4 or 5 lakhs per day in a city like Pune, where everybody owns a two-wheeler or a four-wheeler, and they want to get their own. So there are many ideas like innovative, parking spaces, and more to discuss later. But if to describe in the real estate space, we have this smart solutions, and at the same time looking at sustainability to take this forward. So that will integrate and make our Pune city, or for that matter other cities in India, very thriving. And we would one day like to make it a city like Singapore. I've lived in Singapore, so it's very close to my heart, and hopefully it's a dream which we can look at probably to achieve.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
So we have smart health, smart infrastructure. Over to you.
Okay, so the irony of this session is that the guy who designs the smart cities gets to ask the questions. And we are left at his mercy. But the good part is he first asked the question to the gold medalist. So you have the best answer already. Then the silver medalist, and then comes the common man.
But the funny man.
So I come from the logistics sector, and as long as humans will still have to move from one place to other physically, unlike the Star Trek, where you can just transpond from one place to the other, we will need logistics. And I think that smart cities have got to do a lot to work on logistics. As we all know that 14% of India's GDP spend is on logistics sector, which is one of the highest in the world. And for me, in a sense, logistics is otherwise a non-value add kind of an activity. It is an essential or a necessary evil. I mean, I'm in the business of logistics automation and I'm calling it an evil. So the target of the National Logistics Policy, which has been formulated, I think, a couple of years ago, it targets to bring down this cost from 14% to 8% to single digit level, which you will typically see in either Germany or US or in the developed world. So my definition of a smart city is AI-driven and data-centric backbone of a city that can deliver an omni-channel experience to any consumer. And when I say omni-channel, I do not want to mistake it to multi-channel, because we are barely scraping the tip of being multi-channel yet. In omni-channel world, this is not something that you do to your consumers, but this is a state of mind of a consumer, where a consumer becomes oblivious to the line of differentiation between the virtual and the physical world. Often it is these days called as the phygital world. So when consumers interact with the systems in an omni-channel way, you ought to have a complete logistics that can respond to this omni-channel customer experience. I'll leave it at that here, and we can expand on it further later. Over to him.
Thanks.
Thank you. So all that they said, technology ties it all together, right? So technology is very, can you folks hear me? Yeah. So technology is very, very fundamental, right, in towards smart cities. So for me,
not able to.
Yeah, so technology ties, everything they said together. It's the means with which we can really achieve that mission. So to me, a smart city is, through your mobile, you can access everything, every possible service, get around anywhere, right? It's entirely digital, right? And I think Vineet said the omni-channel, and technology is the enabler for that. And I'd just like to call out, the focus that, we as Cisco have put on the smart cities, right? In 2015, when the mission was launched, we used our country digital acceleration program, and we invested early, right? So out of the 100 smart cities that we have, Cisco is a player across 60 of them. We created a lot of, partners, co-innovation. So it's, for me, like, technology is the backbone, and, so connected, a city that's connected, protected, security is very, and continues to enhance life of its residents, right? For me, that's a smart city.
Oh, fantastic. So I think we've covered the backbone, the scene that is behind, and of course something that is on the forefront. For me, a quick answer would be a smart city which is resilient. We've seen cities collapse, humanity collapse a couple of years back, and thankfully we are out of it very strong and very smart now, and we have possibilities where we could connect the technology or the AI world to something that is very tangible to people, delivered on the street at their homes, whether it is healthcare. So telemedicine is one big chapter within the smart cities mission. My final year project was on telemedicine. This was in '93, and I was wondering whether this is going to be reality any point in time, and that is becoming reality with the 5G and the 4G networks. Governance remains one big question in terms of the technology and the city infrastructure coming together to offer solutions or offer things that the citizens would need, or the government or the participatory bodies would need to govern these systems. What remains is that all this is happening devoid of people. And the next question to all of you is going to be, how do we bring citizens' voice, citizens' needs You are a citizen of a city. How would you bring your voice back into the game? And what could be the channels that we could propose here that we could bring? And it could be from your own domain if you want to answer it that way. But your voice as a citizen saying that, oh, I need this and this is how I can voice out. I remember in Singapore, they have a common grievances website, if I am not mistaken, where you could log on your wishes, needs, demands, desires, and the government votes. The local government will vote on to topics, and that particular topic is then taken up for development. That's one way to look at it. That could be a model that one could learn from, which is again a very technology based, very simple, effective way of doing things. Otherwise, we get to see projects which have no meaning, no concern whatsoever apparently for the citizens. We've seen a lot of projects in Pune where a lot of money has been spent, but we don't see the result or we don't feel it. I had the channel or the opportunity, I would voice it. So what could be this channel? How do we bring the citizens back into the game?
So there is the connection I feel the citizens must have to a smart city project is little bit of element of patriotism. If there is no patriotism, nobody would do anything. Because if it's in a company, like of say 1,000 or 10,000 or 100,000 people, you can incentivize it for people to act in a particular way. But general public, how will you do it, right? So there has to be, we talk, it's a very nice goal of 2047 Viksit Bharat. So as part of that, I actually learnt about it only like, few months back about Viksit Bharat, and I was listening to a couple of, Ashwini and Piyush, all of them, talking about it in one of the symposiums. But it didn't reach, is it reached to the public? Probably not, right? Everybody doesn't know about that grand plan of Viksit Bharat and how the vision mission is tied to the goal at the flow. That connection has to happen. Only then we will get people's support from the ground. Okay, we will adopt telemedicine. Because there is a lot of, telemedicine is something that it comes with, again, a fear of unknown.
Yeah.
So we don't know how a doctor, it's always, I need the doctor to touch my hand and see, Telemedicine, nobody's going to touch you, right? So how will you, then you need to have that right, connected devices to measure, your pressure, whatever, and give the data. Only then telemedicine will be very, powerful. So that belief system, okay, we are growing. And how to incentivize it from a policy angle or a government angle. For example, I think the government incentivizes electrical vehicles. Government in the US, I remember they incentivize solar panels. We used to have, panel in our house, solar panels. Similarly, for healthcare systems, use of telemedicine, can it be incentivized? I don't know. Use of, sharing data, because again, data privacy comes. If you go to any hospital, wherever you're traveling, for example, can that person need not go back, get access to your medical history easily, with your permission, of course, like a QR code and a password with you. And then that doctor can help you. So, and then we are not talking about just smart city means one smart city, right? Smart cities. So then the connection, it is like, for example, I can drive my KA car registration to anywhere in India. So similarly, can I go, with my same health history, go to any doctor, trusted doctor within the same network or within the network. So it is more towards that, and that benefit has to also be, felt by the citizens. Then you will get the adoption more. It is like technology introducing a digital solution. The adoption is the most difficult thing.
Yeah.
So the adoption comes with learning the benefit as well as a little bit element of patriotism, when I'm talking about government related and people related.
Absolutely.
That is the thought.
Yeah, so national pride and pride in what we're doing is extremely critical, and we'll come back to this important topic. Yeah.
Hi. Just taking a cue from there, and I probably had this idea of how our Prime Minister had the Atmanirbhar Bharat kind of feeling or patriotism, as you may call it. And, every Indian knows that word. and somewhere down the line it probably grows on you, and you want to do something for your country, and it grows. So when citizens are made aware that they are equally responsible, it's not just the agenda of the governing bodies or the private sector or the others. They themselves need to come up with ideas, and it's probably a two-way portal where they're allowed to express their thoughts, and similar to the Singapore model. There's a two-way communication. Also probably have some town halls where you have discussions, have local area meetings where you probably do something for your own community, wherein the citizen participation is there, and they feel as much a part of the development and it is going to benefit them. Even small things like road development. For example, just going back to our own example, the road in front of our Pune IT Park, it came for a development project under the Smart City, and we were in touch with the PMC for that, and we contributed in terms of beautifying the area outside with murals of Saraswati and technology, because
Lovely.
a blend of, and made a green patch for, the citizens to sit out. So whoever, like area-wise also, even if it is a small contribution outside your area, or you, kind of get feedback from the customers, and what maybe there are ideas, like you said, that might be implemented, may not even take off. But if you go small, take baby steps, and probably start implementing in small areas and then expand to bigger regions, it could probably work. I mean, we've seen it happening in our own area, and we've really got appreciation for, it beautifies the whole thing. The area gets cleaned up, and who would not want to have an office space, or for that matter a residential space, in a neat and clean, hygienic environment. So yeah, I think two-way communication is important, and whatever the private sector players can contribute from their side, along with collaboration with the government, will be beneficial in the long run.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
So yeah.
Right, so now Shekhar, you have started this game of the elephant and the blind man. Right, and so whatever comes in my hand now, I'm going to talk about it. So how do we hear the people's voice in the smart cities? I think that there is a somewhat grown ecosystem of some platforms which are already working in the consumer sector, and some infrastructure which are pretending to be platforms. So, for example, there is a platform called ULIP, and this is not an insurance, right? ULIP is Unified Logistics Interface Platform.
Yeah.
And this is actually potentially the next biggest powerful thing after UPI, perhaps. We all know that hardly 9 or 10 years ago, one of our ex-finance minister was mocking at UPI, and today we see the power of UPI. So point number one is that to get the people to speak into the system, we must evolve platforms which are highly simple, where people can either express their opinions or inadvertently or indirectly also register their views. So there are private platforms like Goa Miles, which are aggregators. You're doing a great job, by the way. I use your cabs in Goa whenever I'm there. And so there are many of these aggregators who are constantly collecting the ratings and rankings of services that are being provided. And then there are those Swiggies and the Zomatos, and so on and so forth. And then there is a ULIP, which is by its definition called as a platform, but in reality it deserves to be called an infrastructure. Now if these platforms and the infrastructure, and incidentally, ULIP has a capacity to plug in all the platforms as well. It's the mother of all the platforms. Hence it should be ideally called as an infrastructure. So if we can plug in all these aggregation platforms and the ideas that keep coming on these platforms and these ratings, and eventually you can funnel it down via the system of a large infrastructure platform into the system, then I think that, you know, that's the best way to hear the common person's voice. I doubt if we leave it to people to write emails to some municipal body and is anybody going to pay heed to it. There are a lot of people who write mails to the PMO. These days I hear that those mails are heard, but it's just humanly not possible to reach out to every single email and reply to every single voice. So maybe this combination of private platforms and infrastructures, they can help us pull all this information from the crowd.
Fantastic.
Thank you. I'll keep it short. You folks covered a lot of the points. For me, I think social media that has a maximum outreach, and a lot of cities are adopting social media very effectively. You can express your views, you can share what you expect from the city, but you know, somebody said, right, technology, rolling out technology is easy, but adoption is so I would say a mix, a hybrid approach of social media with the local bodies, right, local town hall meetings, corporators, MLAs, not only coming for a picture, right, just for a picture to, oh, I've done this, but you know, presenting what's going to be proposed for development, right, get citizen input, you know, get that pride for city. I mean, we've seen all around Pune now, right, every area, I love Koregaon Park, I love Kalyani Nagar, right, I think it's done to instill some of that pride, right, so you keep your area, your neighborhood clean, your city clean, so that instills that sense of pride. So a hybrid approach of social media, because India has the maximum outreach, right? And I think the third point I would say is, you know, talking to local bodies, you know, it's like a black box, right? You request something and nothing comes out. So I think somehow the you know, that perception needs to be changed. You know, it's not humanly possible to respond, but you know, if you're taking citizen input, you respond back, right? And so that's how I would approach it.
So I think what both of you have covered is fantastic. The infrastructure and the technology side, and what they're talking about, both of these are talking about people's roles, people's initiative, and taking pride in my locality, my city is extremely crucial, because you could create infrastructure, but people are not ready. In India and in Pune especially, we believe that I want to remain anonymous to the system. I don't want to be spotted. That's a big fear that all of us have in India and in certain parts of the country. So all the infrastructure which Vineet was talking about, if it could remain anonymous and still can be logged in, saying that these are the complaints that have been rising from a certain pocket. And those numbers are staggering in India, thankfully, and it creates havoc, saying that 1 lakh people have reported from Kothurud as to such and such problem occurs. So we have the power of numbers. We need certain infrastructure which is digital, anonymous to start with, that because I don't want to stand out, I don't want to put my neck out to the system. So these kinds, social media of course, but social media unfortunately is also seen as a mockery to the whole system, and it goes absolutely bizarre and berserk at times. On the pride side, one project that we're doing for smart cities is a museum on Pune. I'm in the business of design, so we're designing a museum on Pune which talks about history of Pune. It talks about why do we love this city, why do we take pride, आम्ही पुण्याचे आहोत आणि आम्ही पुणेकर आणि पुणे तिथे काही उणे नाही वगैरे वगैरे. All this is what we're trying to bring in this small little center in Baner. The building is ready, hopefully we will get to move in and do our magic. So this is one initiative by the Smart Cities Commission for all the new people who've come to Pune. So there's a large migration, large number of people who have come to Pune, and the Punekars are being sidelined now, saying that we are the new Pune, which is Wakad, Baner, Aund, etc., and that side of the world, or Kharadi. And so these are the people, they're also wanting to have a dialogue. So this is a dialogue center that has been proposed, and hopefully it will be done soon, to tell people who do not know about Pune, also to tell people who are from Pune but they have forgotten that we are a great city and we used to be a great city and we would want to bring that greatness back. So I remember whoever Donald Trump said that make America great again. I think that's a great tag line that we could use for Pune. So the next one to build on. So I'll keep this people centric and technology centric if that's okay, because then we will have something to build on. Of course, you could differ on this. But what are the few technologies, and I'll start that side now. What are the few technologies from your own domain which you think, like what Vinit said in terms of the infrastructure and the platforms, what is it that you would want to say that, oh, why aren't you looking at these two? Just plug them in and you'll do a fantastic smart city. A quick answer.
A quick answer. So the world is talking AI, artificial intelligence, and at Cisco we are big on it. Over the last few years, there's a ton of data, and there's a lot of data available on the smart cities page also, right? So I also encourage students to look at that, create patterns. So AI is very, very crucial, right, in decision making and drawing patterns, and then in factoring into the development works. Right? The other aspects which we really work very closely are 5G connectivity, a unified infrastructure. You create a unified infrastructure, but services would require different, I mean, every service would need a different experience, right? So you do on-prem, you do cloud, all those aspects. It cannot be a singular approach, right? A singular infrastructure, but tailored to every use case separately. And I think there's another concept, I'm just learning about it, the digital twin, right? That aspect where you can model digitally using the AI data. So I definitely feel these are things the cities globally are using, and I'd like to see Pune and other Indian smart cities use these effectively.
Yeah, right. So, Shekhar, while I was watching you while you were talking, I saw Neeraj in the wing. He's getting anxious with time. So now he's gone, but I think he'll come in the other wing. But so I'll really keep
I'm
it
purposely
short.
looking the other side.
Yes.
That's the way to deal with time and energy.
Right. So on technology front, I'll be quick. So fundamentally, an omnichannel experience is created by an omnichannel infrastructure, and this infrastructure constitutes of cloud-based micro-fulfillment centers. You could have things like the delivery drones or the delivery autonomous technologies, automated sorters, and what have you. I mean, I can go on and on, that's my business, but I think I should stop here. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, Rishma. One quick answer, infrastructure. What is it that you would want to propose?
For the technology front. So basically, parking is a big issue and traffic management is a big issue when it comes to infrastructure. So smart monitoring of the traffic in terms of how much time it takes to commute. So if people can move to the metros, etc. In fact, Maha Metro has done a fantastic thing by having a mobile app and a smart card where you can book tickets online and tickets are as low as 10 rupees. And the time saved, I mean, the distances covered are probably less than half. I mean, it could come down to 1/3 as well.
Fantastic.
So traffic monitoring. The other could be energy saving. If you can monitor the energy saving by using solar panels, or even now you have smart street lights in many cities, which is already implemented. So if you have smart street lights that is using renewable energy, and you're actually reducing the load which is coming on our MSAB or whatever, whichever electricity board is there. So I think monitoring of that and reducing the usage of or our dependency on the standard modes of electricity, I think that is there. And one more thing which comes to my mind is smart parking. Because I've heard of some IT parks in Bangalore which actually track the movement of the cars coming in and out, and there is an app. So all these people who travel to work, they have hybrid model system, right? So they come couple of times in a week or something, but whether to bring your car or to carpool or to decide to work from home, so that you are actually reducing the load on the roads. So that tracking app actually allows you that the parking is full in this particular area. So that's the reason they, then take a call whether, or which is the peak hour, which is the non-peak hour. So they know that if I enter my office at this time, this is the non-peak hour when I need to exit and the traffic on the road is going to be less. So I think if small things like these can be implemented, we will be doing justice to and our contribution to sort of
just to build on what you've said, so Smart Cities mission in Pune had collaborated with Siemens to put certain digital and hardware devices across the city on all the traffic signals to monitor. I am not sure whether that works. Definitely Baner Road doesn't work. Whoever is from Baner would understand this. But they had put a lot of effort to get these systems together. What I also feel, coming to you quickly, what I feel is that there's a lot that has been already happening. It's only that the citizens are not aware. So that aspect also, if the social media could build, because there are amazing dashboards on the mission's website in terms of what work has been done, what has been achieved, what is left to be achieved, etc. It's only that the citizens are unaware. I hope the radio channels and the social media channels talk about this rather than talking about all that they keep talking, especially the radio channels, because it is a channel that is affordable and accessible. Over
and
to
then
you.
that sense of national pride is also about this, the pride in the city. Like how we have Chennai Super Kings versus Mumbai Indians, there needs to be that smart city IPL. Then, it'll create a competition between the cities, which is going to get smarter. And that, of course, we have to think about policy, governance, how to, think. But when it comes to technology, because your question was on technology, think about disease outbreak. Like some area gets dengue, some area gets cholera, some area gets, but a lot of things are controlled now. But it'll be good to know if Mumbai is getting something so that Pune can be, better prepared. If Bangalore is getting something so that Chennai can be better prepared. So that kind of data sharing, maybe through, because data is only good until it is shared. Otherwise, you do analytics. Without analytics, there is no use of data. Right? So all that has to be thought through in terms of how to bring that smartness of the data available to the public, so that they'll be more careful. Okay, now they'll now think of drinking better water, putting the mosquito nets, whatever. Again, it will reduce the burden in the system for healthcare. There is positives and negatives. Doctors will say, I need more patients. But healthcare systems will say, I need more patients. But we need to think about patient as the most ultimate customer, patient first, and bringing knowledge to them through technology, educating them. At the same time, preventive measures also.
Fantastic. Just to build on what you've said, and then we come to the last question, which is going to be a rapid fire. Only one question, fast, because they've been complaining, saying that you've eaten into the tea time, tea break, and the lunch probably, if you continue like this. We still have tea. I was part of the World Design Organization, and we were working on communication of COVID implementation across the globe, and we were 13 teams participating across geographies, across time zones, only to communicate how to avoid COVID, how to ensure that your neighbor or other person does not get COVID because of your stupidities. So this was a fantastic exercise that we did, where we were spotting all the stupid behaviors we do, and we think that mala kai nahi hona hai, that kind of stuff. And this was amazing challenge. So these kinds of challenges, if we can bring onto the social media platform. There's also the Cxo Sarvekshan, which is happening in Pune, and hence Pune is very clean, not because for the alumni meet. It is getting clean because the Cxo Sarvekshan is happening. I'm also complaining and voicing the citizens' angst through this channel, saying that if Cxo Sarvekshan can happen, Smart City Sarvekshan also should happen, and it does happen, but it happens very covertly. It has to happen overtly. Last question, and this is a fun question. Let's keep it fun for the audience. They've heard a lot from us. What is this one outlandish, out of the box, stupid idea that you have for the smart city? And I'm putting stupid purposely because we need ideas, and we cannot
You,
say that
you
this is
just
a good or
mentioned,
bad idea.
yeah, 40% of the population is going to move into cities, right? And today, I think what we all struggle, a common struggle is the commute time. So I'd like to see our commute times, average speed of say 17, 18 kilometers per hour go to 40 kilometers per hour. I think that's how I would.
Lovely. Fantastic. Yeah, Vinit.
So I would say that by additive manufacturing, we have already almost cracked transporting materials from one place to other. We need to figure out how to transport humans from one place to other.
Super.
And something in the very quick future is, I think, the human drones. And it might be happening sooner, and cities like Pune need it.
Lovely. We'll have wars up there. Star Wars.
But lots of space.
Yeah. Three-dimensionality.
Yeah, hi.
Lovely.
I think one area probably in the infrastructure space is, a multifaceted, like a dynamic, changeable space that you have, which probably during the daytime is a shop and maybe converts into a pop-up center for music or for cultural activities or something. So. Or use office spaces which are very dynamic in the sense you have collapsible walls, you have robotics, etc., etc. So they, can convert from a meeting room to an office space, etc. So what you're doing here is, utilizing the space more. So just probably.
So transporting people fast using human drones, convertible and redefinable infrastructure is how I would want to build it, so that it doesn't become that this is only a footpath and you can't use it for any other purpose, even if it is empty. That kind of shit. Like the streets.
Marine Drive, we already have the open streets.
So Pune has a couple of places like this in terms of redefinable infrastructure, because we have paucity of infrastructure. Over to you, Dr. Sampath.
So, I mean, when we talk about Ram Rajya, right, in Ramayana it talks about everybody's healthy, the thing is happy. That is what we really want. Everybody should also get that Sanjaya's vision, Divya Drishti, so that we can see what is coming ahead and we prepare for ourselves. So those two itihasas can tell us, how we should. I know it's not, maybe it's stupid or non-stupid, but I'm talking about just healthcare, vision on where we should be, as well as protection.
I definitely would want the Sanjay's vision. If I'm traveling to Bangalore from Electronic City to the airport, it takes 4.5, 5 hours to reach there. It is as good as going to Hyderabad, is what I've been told. So I missed my flights twice. So I need this. Also at the coffee board junction.
I live south of Electronic City and I prepare 4 hours before the flight takes off.
Oh my God. Fantastic. There's a very interesting architectural design company which does city development, and they're city planners. They use human metabolism as an infrastructure technique to understand how energy moves through the city, how waste management is being done by a human body, and they're developing cities using human metabolism as a fundamental layer. So that could be my outlandish idea in terms of looking at smart cities. So thank you so much. How resilient the body is, and we've sustained all sorts of things. So thank you so much for the patient audience and a lovely panel here. Thank you, Neeraj, for allowing us.
The first panelist.
Taking 25 minutes extra here. Thank you so much. And I hope we started late. Yes.
You could still take your time. That's fine.
Oh, is it? We thought you were hurrying up. But thank you so much, all of you, and lovely speaking to you over this last 15, 20 days. And we have some questions.
One or two quick ones. Not more, because batata vadas and chai is waiting outside. So
chai is very exciting. Go ahead, please. Okay.
Right. So. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Right. So I have the question about the sustainability. Like Reshma, you talked about re-energizable things. So when we see the other countries, like when I work with the UAE, they have the 2030 mission for the sustainability, green buildings and other stuff. But when we look at the India, it has the vision of 2047. So we are the people who are building the things for them. I work on AI, blockchain, and all this stuff so for the UAE, and we are working more about the sustainability, building the future-proof solutions for them. But when we talk about the India, we do have those things, but it's far away, right? So we are the people who are doing the work for them. Then what is the problem when the government is taking into the serious to get into the stuff where we can really build a sustainable future-proof solutions and get the technologies and infrastructures in a
Can I
right
answer
place?
this
Yeah,
quickly
I was going to
before you
shake
set up the... No, not me to answer, but I have one point that I could add to this. 2047 is also too early for us. There's a reason for this, and I'm not being negative here. The point is that the infrastructure or the solutions that India is proposing have to be equitable. It has to reach every person across geographies, across domains. For it to reach in a country diverse and difficult as India is, unlike in UAE, the government style is different, the population is different, diversity is different. India and any other country can't be compared. So that's one point first to start with. I always feel that solutions have to be implemented for the last person. And if that last person has used that system, has benefited from the system, is only when we can say yes. Otherwise, what happens is that the top 10% of the population enjoys all the benefits, and then we say that, oh, the milestone is achieved. No, it hasn't. So hence, I am very respectable in terms of if they're saying 2047, it is a huge achievement if we will be able to achieve 2047. And we have to be careful. Like I was part of one of these carbon mitigation committee from the US, which talked about mitigating carbon in India. They were not talking about carbon mitigation in the US, which is the largest producer of carbon footprint, whatever. In India, we still require fundamental resources to run this country. And we can't shut down onto our plants and say that, no, it has to be only nuclear plants or renewable energy resources. So we need to be careful in terms of when we are comparing things. In this case, particularly, yes.
Yeah, I completely agree on that, and you made a very valid point in terms of inclusivity and reaching it to the last person, which, you know, and again, going back to the contribution coming from the citizens back to the government policies or whatever they implement. I mean, a small rule like wearing a helmet is not being followed very diligently, then how can you blame the government to not reach those goals? So it has to be, you know, kind of a collaboration where we as citizens also follow rules and implement policies which are being given. I'm not saying it is probably very easy, but when we have it in ourselves and taking from what Dr. Partha said, if we have that patriotic feeling, why not? I mean, if we make it a mission, then 2047, when we complete 100 years of India's independence, we will get there, and it should be a win-win combination, collaboration.
Absolutely.
From private players, from the government bodies, partnerships, citizens' contributions, ideas. We have, during COVID times also, there were war zones and things which were implemented on a very fast scale. So in crisis also we have survived. So it's not that we cannot do it. If we put our heart and mind to it, I'm sure we'll find a way to come out of this.
I
So
think Indore
thank you
and
for your question.
Bhopal, Indore used to be the worst possible city to live ever in terms of its waste management situations. And what Indore has achieved in terms of the government, the system and people together is fantastic. They've been, I think, the cleanest city for last 7-8 years now. By far the cleanest city I have ever seen. I've seen Indore before, I've seen Indore after. Bhopal is another case. Chandigarh is born clean, so we can't compare Chandigarh. But if people participate, what has happened unfortunately is that all the citizens of India have outsourced their life to government of India. It cannot happen this way, in India in particular. We need to participate. We need to have debates, we need to have a dialogue, we need to participate physically in terms of doing things. And the whole reason of having this panel was to bring out these voices. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We can't take more questions because this is an alumni meet. You can continue the conversations in person as well. That's the idea. So we'll quickly return in the next 15 minutes. Can we be back by 11:45-ish? And then we have two interesting sessions, and then we have enough fuel in the form of food outside. We can sustain, and then we go into the breakout rooms. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We want a very good photograph together.
Just hold this.
Thank you.
Hold it. Yeah.
Hold it like this. Okay.
11:45. The next panel will be set before that, and we plan to close by 1:15 so that we have enough time for. We have two panel sessions. Let's be back as soon as possible so that we can have adequate time for our breakout rooms and conversations and networking over lunch. And those who haven't got their iCards, please reach out to one of our volunteers so that they can issue you your iCards. And it's very, very critical for networking as well. Thank you.
We have registration desks outside Vivekananda Hall. If you haven't registered yet, please seek out a volunteer there. approaches. In an interconnected world, serving communities requires creativity and innovation. This panel will explore how technology, policy, and grassroots initiatives drive social impact. Let me introduce our panel here. Moderating this session, we have Mr. Jawahar Kanjilal, founder and CEO of Streams AI. Our esteemed panelists include Mr. Rahul Kataria, Senior Director, HR, Admin and Fundraising at Swadesh Foundation. Dr. Ravindra Udgikar, Vice President and SBU Head at Willow, India. Ms. Pradnya Godbole, CEO of Deastra Foundation. Mr. Siddhant Narayan, Visionary Marketing Strategist and former CMO of Nike, OnePlus, and ex-brand head Jio. Can I please request our panelists to come to the stage now? Can we have a round of applause for them?
So we are all set? I can be heard loud and clear? Excellent, thank you. So wonderful to be here. Such a heartwarming experience. Today, the acronym for HEART stands for Homecoming Experience by the Alumni Relations Team. It's such a warm welcome. So, all thanks to you guys. So, today the topic is serving communities through new age outreach approaches. The word communities, we will not talk about Facebook community, Instagram community. We will focus our effort on real world, real people, communities on the ground, and primarily the underserved communities. Every individual needs another to hold their hand and rise together. And that's the essence of a community. There's someone or the other to look after you, there's one to complement you. It's actually a micro ecosystem of collaboration, all geared, all aligned to one purpose, one goal, one direction. Well, speaking of ecosystems, it's a nice segue on the panel because it's an ecosystem of partners that need to make that impact on the ground. And the impact on the ground is not just economic, it's social, it's inclusive, it needs to be inclusive. The last comment on the previous panel was all about inclusivity, patriotism, nation pride. So that impact on the ground should be able to help us create a much more solid Bharat. And that will make it an inclusive, unified, holistic India. Isn't that? So with that, let's kick off the panel. We'll be strict on time. We've been told to be also strict on time, but we honestly on our own, we said we'll be stricter on time and set ourselves as a model panel to give you the best nuggets within that time. Now, so instead of saying 1 minute introduction, I will say 60 seconds, because seconds count. So 60-second introduction amongst all of us. Let me begin, a very short one, probably less than 60 seconds. My name is Jawahar Kanjilal, batch of 1990, mechanical engineering. I'm a product person at heart, have been fortunate to be at the right place, right time, and therefore, today, whatever you experience on the phone, a lot of that I have had a personal hand in doing at the very first time. So I'm very, very fortunate to have been there, done that. It doesn't deserve a clap, it's just, anyone would have done that. I was very fortunate. Today I will be speaking on the panel. I'll bring my experience of building and creating life tools that I did during my tenure at Nokia, 225 million users. It was a platform that was a precursor to today's ag tech, health tech, ed tech, fintech, a lot of techs. You can Google it, but it was way back, even before Facebook and WhatsApp became a way of life for us. So 2009 to 2013, and it's a heart's desire to actually see how we can drive inclusive growth on the ground using tech, right? New age approaches. So with that, I'll hand over, less than 60 seconds, I'm sure. I'll hand over to my panelists to do a quick introduction, maybe from my left, Dr. Ravi.
Okay, good afternoon. Thanks again, Neeraj, Sheetal, Dhara, and all the alumnus team for this opportunity. My name is Dr. Ravindra Udgikar. I am a 1990 Electronics Telecommunication graduate. I am also incidentally the distinguished alumnus of 2013. Over last 3.5 decades, I have had a lot of experience in formulating and implementing go-to-market and business growth strategies around the world in different domains. I'm extremely passionate about sustainability, environment, climate change, energy, which are primarily the domains I've had my work experience in. I have been also, over last 2 decades, actively involved with academia, having had a long-standing association with several leading institutions in India and abroad. I also double hat as a director on the board of Bhau Institute of Innovation, Incubation and Leadership, a Section 8 company supported by the Department of Science and Technology for the early tech startups. So looking forward to exchanging some experiences and perspectives in the area of energy and environment and climate change.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Pradnya Godbole. I'm batch 1994 ENTC and made a switch to computer science, did my master's in Canada, joined Cognos, which is now IBM, which was into business intelligence, so worked in software there for a couple of years, came back, joined Persistent Systems, was with Persistent for 10 years and then got fed up with the corporate job and decided to go into the development sector. So for the past 11 years, been leading the ASRA Foundation. Really at this panel, I would love to talk about my passions, which are data, processes, technology, and bringing all of whatever I learned from the corporate world into the social sector and how I've been applying it. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Rahul Kataria. I am a 2000 pass out from MIT School of Management. I did my MBA from here and it's been lovely. You know, when the Pasayadhan was going on, I literally had goosebumps because we all are so used to, you know, listening to that during our good old days. Spent almost 2 decades in the corporate side, working with MNCs like GE, EXL, WNS, and then moved to the not-for-profit side around 8 years back. I work for a foundation called as Swadesh Foundation. It's run by Zarina and Ronnie Screwvala. So one of the books that Mr. Gadgil got, that was Dream with Your Eyes Open, which is written by Ronnie. So I'm glad that, you know, the words are spreading. So that's really nice. Today I would like to speak about, you know, we are a grassroots implementation NGO. So what are we doing in Raigad and Nasik? With the communities, we work with more than 3,000 villages. So maybe I'll share more about that moving ahead. Thank you.
Thanks, Rahul. Hi, I'm Siddhant Narayan. I'm a 2007 pass out. I'm probably, firstly, I'm really grateful to be here. Thank you, Neeraj, and the rest of the team for inviting me. Today, essentially, over and above my introduction, I'm actually, when I was listening to this panel, right, I was so in debt and in gratitude because everything that y'all are doing, right, probably it's marketers like us who are trying to make an attempt to, you know, serve it out. So, but before that, a quick introduction. I was the former Chief Marketing Officer with Nike for about 10.5 years. Before that, I was the CMO with OnePlus Mobiles, and I was one of the founding members of the Reliance Jio organization that put the brand out as well. So primarily been in brand and marketing. Yes, and very, very happy to be here. Over to you.
Wonderful. So let's kick it off. Let's kick it off first with the lady. Tell us a little bit about how do you bring your data, processes, tech to this world of development?
Sure. Thanks for that. I want to start a little bit as to why we started, you know, what we are doing, and you know, take it back to what the country is facing today, which is the lack of jobs. And this was true even 11 years back when we started looking at it, and we said, hey, you know, there's about 12 million to 15 million jobs that are required in a year, and we are hardly creating as a country 8 to 9 million jobs. So where are the others going to come from? Our youth doesn't have jobs. We have a lot of educated youth who has no job to go to. So what can we do there? And that's really of concern. The other thing is also the women in the labor force is really low in our country as compared to other countries. So youth getting jobs, women not getting opportunities, all of these were problems then as they are problems now, and we started looking at that. And when I say we, this is Dr. Anand Deshpande. 10, 11 years back, and we started looking at this problem and said, okay, let's look at job creation and job creators, and really jobs come from enterprises. So therefore, let's look at entrepreneurship. And when we switched and we flipped to look at entrepreneurship, we started figuring out that, yes, there is the startup ecosystem, which is at the top of the pyramid, but it's a very risky kind of a business to be in. But there is this MSME ecosystem, which is literally like 7 crores of MSMEs, which is micro, small, medium enterprises that are out there. And in that, a huge number, large volumes of that 7 million, when I say large volumes, it's almost 99% of those are really tiny enterprises. So these are the micro enterprises. So as you can imagine, at the top of the MSME pyramid, there's hardly anyone, and then there's a huge stack at the bottom of the pyramid. Even within the bottom of the pyramid, at the very bottom, at the grassroots level, there are enterprises that are run for survival. So it is mostly for livelihood and not because of passion, because of growth aspiration. So those are at the bottom, but at the middle of this MSME pyramid, there is a large volume again of unorganized enterprises that want to grow, that have been started because of a passion, and they're really struggling to even stabilize and grow, and these are the ones that, if supported, will grow and provide the next level of jobs. And there's a huge volume of those, right? So if you can imagine 99% of micro, 98% of micro are again the unorganized sector, which is what I'm talking about. Right? So there's a huge number there. And I just want to share some examples of what kind of these enterprises I'm talking about and their challenges. Right? So if you look, we have a beauty parlor owner who had started off, had a shop, had 2 chairs, and she saw customers coming in, but she didn't see money in the bank. And she was really concerned as to what was happening. That's the kind of confusion that there was, and we figured when we spoke to her that she wasn't doing her cash management right. She had no clue how to manage her finances. She was also not able to do her digital marketing. When you look at the beauty business, you have to be out there showing you how you do your business, being on Instagram, being on Facebook, and she had no knowledge of how to do that. So she was stuck there in terms of growth. So there are a lot of issues over there. She wanted to grow. She had the aspiration to grow, but just didn't know how. There's another example of a catering services business owner who had taken money from a money lender at exorbitant rates of interest and was stuck in the debt trap. He had no clue how to get out of it. So, we had to help him to really get another loan from a formal institution, and for that there were other things that needed to be done, because most of these enterprises, being unorganized, are not keeping their book of accounts. They hardly use a separate current account. They sort of use the same account for both. So it's very difficult for formal institutions to lend to them, right? So we had to work on all of that and then provide him a loan to just get him out of the debt trap, right? So there's examples like that. There are some very simple cases who, and I hope there are no chartered accountants here, but because, when they want funds, and we had a case who got a report from a chartered accountant when they wanted a loan, and literally it was for business A, and what was in it was components of business B. And it was like, okay, now how is he even going to be talking to a bank around this? Because the chartered accountant had given him a stock template of a project report, and there was all sorts of confusion in it. So we had to fix all of that, right? So lots of different vulnerabilities there as well. Middlemen, agents, access to market being a problem, access to credit being a problem, unorganized enterprises, so most of them are also informal. So lots of issues there, right? And so we set about to see how we can help these businesses, and that's really how the Asra Foundation was born. And through that, we sort of said, okay, how do we take tech to enable scale, and how do we take the ecosystem, because it takes a village to really raise a business owner or a business. How do we take these two together and apply all that we have learned about scale using technology, data, processes, and this is how it comes into play, to really provide a solution at scale, because there are so many people who need help. Just helping 1,000 and 10,000 is not going to help. How can we help lakhs and lakhs of people? And that's how we have now an online platform that helps. So the asra.in, if you go there, you'll see access to market, access to credit. We have people who are providing information there. We've curated information, education, so we do workshops. And more importantly, we also do connections to service providers, to different market channels, to different lenders, and help entrepreneurs to really access those connections. So this is what all we've put together, and today we have about 3 lakh people who are connected to the platform. We're hoping to reach 10 lakh very, very soon, but the problem is so huge that we need a lot more to happen in that field. And really, these are the ones who grow, will provide jobs to 2 to 11 people and bridge that job gap, and also provide jobs to the bottom of the pyramid who are doing enterprises, who are trying to do business for livelihood. But if they had a job to go to, they can very easily go into a stable kind of an environment. So that's what I've been doing, Jawahar, over the past couple of years.
So wonderful. A few takeaways for me personally here is that, even we think about financial inclusion, but before financial inclusion comes financial literacy. And that actually is a parallel across everything. So before you start giving a loan to a micro entrepreneur to start doing a job, it's best that he goes through a nano MBA program of sorts.
Yeah.
Kind of, literally that, right?
That's right. Yeah.
So a lot of capability building we should not dismiss at the end of the day for just kick-starting it off. Thank you. Absolutely. Wonderful perspective. Doctor.
No, I mean, it's again a great question. And when we talk about serving communities, I'm going to talk a little bit about how we can, again, to draw on the statements of previous panel and your narration about the rural India. So to just put it in perspective, today, Prime Minister has set a short-term goal of $5 trillion economy by 2030, advanced to 2027. Then we have medium-term goal of being in top 3 of global economies, just after US and China by 2035, being a developed nation by 2047, and achieving energy independence also by then. And obviously, from the sustainability standpoint, the number is 2070, where India wants to achieve a net zero target. So put this in perspective, this all is possible only through inclusive growth of farming or rural community.
Very true.
About 60% of India's population today lives in villages. About 50% of India's labor is employed in agricultural sector. So unless you mainstream the rural economy, unless you have ways and means to make them as a part of the India growth story, we will never be able to get there. We may get the numbers, we may get the sustainability targets wrong. So if we have to achieve both, we have to think something very differently. How we can achieve because energy is at the root of everything. Energy is the driving force for fueling economic growth, sustainable growth. How do we achieve that by way of energy transition and yet meet the sustainability target? Is a problem statement. So in true sense, there is India, which is urban India, very progressing rapidly. We can see the cost of living in tier 1 or metro cities going exponentially high. And then there is Bharat, which is still struggling to achieve 24/7 electricity, water connections, sustainable housing, and so on. So how do you build a great bridge between India and Bharat? Now this is a vast topic, but to limit it to energy and sustainability, there are 2 straightway solutions that come to my mind. And one is to have a decentralized, self-sustaining energy centers in all over India, a network of cells. And how that can be achieved? For instance, if you take farmer, he is struggling for his harvesting and for his crop and fair price. So if we have these bioenergy plants, biorefineries, which actually take not, in addition to selling harvest, he gets a revenue stream from selling his agricultural waste or agri-stubble, which can go as a feedstock to the biorefinery. And just like a conventional refinery, a biorefinery will roll out a series of products which can be used for transportation, which can be used for electricity generation, which can be used as a biomanure, biochemical, and so on and so forth. So what that will do is it will help farmers self-sustain, gives an additional revenue stream, which is helping doubling farmers' income, which is a flagship government program. It helps entrepreneurship opportunities to the rural youth. It creates job opportunities for the rural youth. They don't have to migrate to urban areas, which is a big problem today. So you have a self-sustaining economy. And further, the fuels and chemicals and manure produced from that refinery can be fed back into the farms. So you have self-sustaining system there. Not just that, bioeconomy being circular in nature, you are not adding any carbon loading to the existing carbon budget. What that means is you are able to hit the net zero target as well as the inclusive growth economic targets. Another such example of self-sustaining decentralized energy plants is small and modular reactors. In the last budget, Union Finance Minister said some 50 to 70 SMR, small modular reactors, or also called as small Bharat reactors by Niti Aayog, are planned to be set up all over India. And these reactors are up to 300 megawatt, which are modular in nature, they are scalable in nature, they are safe, they can be built really quickly, they provide electricity, and obviously that will fuel the rural growth. Again, create jobs, again create, what Padna was calling as inclusive, and, because deeper mobile penetration, access to internet, all that would mean that those communities there can also become part of the 637 lakh MSME companies that are there, and that number can rise. So I think if we look at this, we are able to hit the energy goals as well as the economy goals, and we will be able to achieve what we call as sustainable development, which is a bigger statement today for all of us to deal with.
Is this SBR, Bharat reactor that you said, India innovation?
It's absolutely very much India innovation. The small Bharat reactors, the Niti Aayog has run with a paper in it.
Nowhere else in the world, no Africa, no
of course, there are SMRs is a known concept. I mean, China has done incredible work. France has done incredible work. USA, there are so many SMRs. But our challenge is we cannot today, even 50% of our electricity capacity is coal, 50% is renewable, but 70% of the energy generated is still from fossil fuels. So we need clean and green energy. Clearly solar and wind have limitations, bio has limitation, but modular, I mean clean energy, which is in the form of, they have clean energy has emissions, but they are not harmful in nature. So you need new age energy solutions by way of green hydrogen, by way of bioenergy, and by way of nuclear energy in the form of this. They will facilitate India's energy independence, therefore developed nation status, therefore net zero target. So we will be able to achieve what we call as a fine balance between people, planet, profit, which is the very essence of sustainable development.
Very beautiful. It really underscores self-sustaining from the grassroots, propulsion, yes. The fuel to propel Bharat to progress.
That's the bridge we are
comes
talking
from
about.
the village itself. You
Yep.
don't have to depend on petroleum products and stuff. So that's marvelous. Very good.
Thanks.
Okay. But it also underscores another important aspect that you are, I'm reading between the lines, and I'm sure we'll carry on in the thing, but let me state that. It's not just about putting tech somewhere. Just putting tech, nothing. You need someone to manage it, you need someone, fodder to get in, you need an ecosystem of buyers, sellers, a whole host of things, right? So that's an ecosystem that at play, and that's where you're calling out that the entrepreneurship, employment schemes are going to be at a grassroots
Yeah, I mean,
change.
technology has the prowess to address the plaguing and chronic problems in the world. But we need to, as you rightly put out, cultivate a well-oiled ecosystem. And if that comes into play, we really have what we call as sustainable development. Or else you will always have this economic disparity, you will always have this Bharat versus India challenge, you will always have this haves and have-nots conflict, which actually is not good for the growth of the nation.
So you've got to look at a village at a time. What do you have to say, Rahul?
I'm great you brought that in, and before I talk, I would love to show a video if IT team supports us. That will briefly tell you on what we at Swadesh Foundation are doing and how that links to the question you just asked me.
ये कहानी है मेरे गांव की, जहां कुछ साल पहले सिर्फ
So I'll just talk till then. So basically we work in a village, and what we have been hearing from my fellow panelists is India तो ज़रूरी है, लेकिन भारत भी ज़रूरी है, you know, because the previous panel said that around 31% is what is in the urban setup, and then, you know, next year is going to be around 40% odd. This happens in India, not in Bharat. वहाँ पे माइक लाइट ही नहीं पहुँची अभी तक, तो क्या करेंगे? So, you know, it's surprising to know and shocking to know that, you know, 100 kilometers off Bombay, there are still people who don't have electricity, who still don't have water, who still don't have sanitation. I'll talk more about it once if we are able to play this. चालू आता? हाँ.
ये कहानी है मेरे गांव की, जहाँ कुछ साल पहले सिर्फ मेरे दादा दादी की उम्र के लोग ही रहते थे। यहाँ ना पानी था, ना पैसे कमाने की आशा, इसीलिए सब लोग गांव छोड़कर चले गए। मगर अब सब कुछ बदल गया है। अब हमारे गांव में हर घर में पानी आता है। पानी सिर्फ पीने के लिए नहीं, खेती के लिए भी है। अब बाबा की खेती से अच्छे पैसे आने लगे। ये जो देश है तेरा, और माँ की गहने भी वापस आ गए। पानी के वजह से हर घर में टॉयलेट है। अब हम खेतों में सिर्फ खेलने जाते हैं। और ये है डॉक्टर दीदी। वैसे ये सचमुच की डॉक्टर नहीं, पर मेरे गांव की देखभाल जरूर करती है। माँ कहती है कि इन्हीं के वजह से मेरा जन्म अस्पताल में हुआ। और मैं हूँ खुशी। मुझे हर रोज स्कूल जाना बहुत पसंद है, क्योंकि पढ़ाई के साथ साथ अब मेरे स्कूल में टॉयलेट, पीने का पानी और बिजली भी है। आपको ये सुनकर जादू सा लग रहा होगा ना? हाँ, ये जादू ही है। ये जादू है 1.5 अक्षर का।
ये 1.5 अक्षर सुनने में आग जैसे नहीं, मगर जाग जाएं तो आग है। बड़े कोमल से ये 1.5 अक्षर जब डट जाएं तो पहाड़ है। रोशनी इतनी कि आसमान को जगा दे। ये 1.5 अक्षर एक नया सवेरा है। इन 1.5 अक्षरों से बने हम, इन 1.5 अक्षरों से बने देश। स्व से बने देश। स्वदेश फाउंडेशन। 10 लाख जिंदगियां हर 5 साल। आइए मिलके बदलें।
Thank you. I mean, whenever I see this, I get goosebumps every time because there's so much emotional connect with it, you know. हम पूना या बॉम्बे में बैठ के बोलते हैं आज पानी नहीं आया, 3 घंटे पानी नहीं है, and we get baffled with that. You go there and there is no water for like 4 days, और वो लोग एक इतने से इसमें पानी में पूरा 3 दिन निकालते हैं, you know. So it's absolutely insane. At times, you know, I feel that, you know, I was in the corporate side, like I said, for 2 decades. वहाँ जाके we realize what the hell are we doing? I mean, our fellow citizens are going through so much of mess and हम यहाँ पे enjoy कर रहे हैं life. You know, so it's time to give back, and I think there is so much to do. There's so much to do. We are creating something called as a dream village. Government has a scheme which is called a Adarsh Gaon. We are trying to replicate a model working with the government, and we are calling it a dream village. And we have a MOU with the government saying that we are going to create 1,000 dream villages in the next 5 years. What is a dream village? Thank you for that. A dream village is something where हर एक के घर में शौचालय हो. You know, it's as basic as that. What happens is अगर toilet नहीं है तो ladies को before sunrise or after sunset, imagine 14 hours they have to hold on to their motion, and that causes so many health issues. So we don't even realize that because हम तो दरवाजे खोले निकल गए आ गए वापस and we are sorted. But there are so many things that has to be done. So toilet is one major thing that we're working on. Water for irrigation, like, you know, both have been saying that उसको कैसे हम बेहतर कर सकें. You know, right now they do only one crop. So we work in Raigad and Nasik. In Raigad primarily they do paddy. चावल एक बार हो गया, then they sit and relax. But now we are giving them water so they can do a second crop. We are trying to reduce that migration. You know, the youth which is moving to Bombay, Pune, and they do odd jobs over here. But they have 5 acres of land. They could be really good, you know, lakpati if not millionaires. Lakpati तो आराम से बन सकते हैं. So there is so much to do, and there is so much of, the government has done a phenomenal job. You know, linking Aadhaar card, now the money goes directly to their account. Ladki Behna, you know, the money comes to their account. The farmer gets 6,000 in the money. So there is so much, the tech has also done, but there is so much more to do. And, you know, if we can join forces and work with like-minded people who actually want to make a difference, I think, you know, sky's the limit, and there is, we are celebrating a lot of dream villages, you know, so it's great if you come down, see the not-for-profit sector seems like, yaar, ye jhola pehen ke niklenge aur kuch karke aayenge. It's changing, you know, it's a different world out there. So, you should come down, see the work. I mean, their foundation is doing an amazing job. There are multiple foundations which are working hand in hand and doing an amazing job. But India and Bharat has to coincide somewhere and see how we can lift each other up. So that's my 2 bits about it.
Wonderful, wonderful. I mean, my takeaway from each one of you is very, very powerful, and you guys are saying a lot in between lines. So I think the big message that you are giving, Rahul, which is also underscoring the rest, but it is about a movement. It's about making it happen on the ground. It's not just bringing that water, but it takes so long, and it's about a movement that what can you make happen, right? And
absolutely. Just to add, we are talking about skilling. So we have skilled more than 8,000 youths over there. 70% of them are staying back in the village and they are doing their own work, and 30% are migrating to the cities. So it's a great combination where sustainability is there in the village.
Yeah.
Because right now, if you see majority of the video, if you saw,
Yeah.
I think 80% of the population is 60 plus. तो बूढ़े लोगों को कौन संभालेगा अगर सब यहाँ आ रहे हैं तो so we have to think about that aspect too and make a balance between the two. Yes, you have to progress, but you can progress in the villages too. So it's an interesting mix that we can work on.
So that takes us to Sid, the new age rallying cry to make the youth more charged up for the future and contribute towards Bharat. What do you have to say?
So firstly, Rahul, so interesting that you played that particular video with that soundtrack. On a lighter note, when I had the chance of meeting A.R. Rahman, for 60 seconds, all I told him was that thank you for putting that song out. Really, because that song really struck a chord with me. And he was speechless as well because I only spoke about the song for about 60 seconds with him. But yeah, I'm actually here to talk about one more angle that I feel a lot of us can contribute from the corporate sector as well towards serving communities is from the angle of CSR. Right? I feel that there are enough and more opportunities that we can align on. I had the privilege of heading CSR for Nike for a very long time. I was also part of the CSR committee for a lot of other organizations. So when I see this in perspective, right, there's a lot of interesting work, even in fact, my friends on the panel as well spoke about. But how does it really reach the last mile? Right? How do we communicate that to the most effective, with the most effective mediums? And I'll take a minute to just speak about the example of Nike because Rava really liked that example. The problem statement at Nike was very different in nature, right? Because how do we get the girl child in India to know that sport can be the X factor in her life, right? And that aligned tremendously to the values of the company as well. So when we saw that in perspective, and we didn't want to, and we were not talking about sport in like a tier 1 city, right? That was never the objective. But we wanted to make sure that we go up until the villages, we identify talent in the villages. Otherwise, what's the story? The story is only that, okay, in the Olympics we did well or we didn't do well. But where does it all start, right? And what is the role that an organization can play in her journey? So, for example, some amazing insights that I understood from my time in that role. Because I also I'm a big advocate of public policy. I've studied that as well. So I was trying to draw a parallel in this journey. When we did our consumer research, right, and it told us that the girl child between 13 and 19, they have the highest dropout rates in sport. The family believes that if she gets dark, she won't get married, right? Very real problem, right? When she's begins her cycle, then there's a problem, right? It takes a back seat. The third one, right? What is sport के लिए क्या होने वाला है? कुछ नहीं फर्क पड़ने वाला है, right? Priority है ही नहीं life का, right? Survival is the priority, right? There's so many things that she is listening to, and her opinions are getting formed by. That then it becomes the onus of people on the other side to try and put the story forward in the most authentic way possible, in the simplest way possible. And that's what I felt that I learned in my journey. I also had the opportunity of working with OnePlus was extensively partnering with Google, right? And Google's Tech India program was so massive that from the CSR lens, that their goal was to essentially make sure that every single person in the country has access to tech. So when big players come in with a very strong mindset, but more importantly, a clear plan, right? I feel that it makes a very, very significant impact. Yes, our policies only state that 2% should go back into CSR, but that doesn't really mean that 2% can't be utilized in the most optimum way possible, right? When I was part of the Jio family as well, one of the things that we really focused on was that when we put the Jio brand out, how is it going to change the lives of people? And Pradnya spoke about it earlier, right? On newer businesses coming up. That's what the company did. Right? It actually gave opportunities to newer people from the unorganized sector and put them on the map, right? So these are things to think about on how corporates can engage with developmental sector and how we can find those crossroads and making sure that the communities are reached in the right way possible. So that's my 2 cents on this, Jawahar.
So tell us a little bit more. Maybe we come back this way on the panel. Tell us a little bit more about the CSR fund that the government mandates, part of your profitability that you've got to spend. Is that really getting down onto the ground? Give some examples. And as we come down, Rahul, Pradnya, Ravi, you guys also share your thoughts about and give examples. What I'd like to hear is for all of us to make it real. What and who are collaborating? That just opens ideas and thoughts for all of us.
Right. So it's a great question. From a execution perspective, right? Actually, before I talk about execution, I think I want to talk about intent. What is the intent of the organization? And does that intent align with their core values? CSR is only effective if it aligns with your core values as an organization. Otherwise, you're just finding a foundation and giving them the cash. That never really works, right? So in my case, coming from a sports organization, the goal was to make sure that we support the girl child in the country and we give her all the right access to sport, because that's where we felt we were the strongest. So when she suddenly, when she's going on the ground and when she's suddenly seeing like a Smriti Mandana and having a chat with her who came from a similar journey, right, in Sangli, right, and when she hears her story, that creates a significant impact. But who is the interface to make sure that the funds are spent well? It's foundations. That's where brands like us have to engage with the right foundations and making sure that it's actually implemented to the last mile possible. Because without this partnership, it will never get there, right? And that's what the government will give you the mandate, but it's up to the organization and the capabilities. Even right now, what I find very unusual in organizations is that CSR is a byproduct of many roles. Acha, aap ye kar rahe ho, aap CSR bhi kar lo. And that's not the right way to think about it. Because it will never be a focused approach. If you want to be serious about this part, then you have to make sure that it is part of your thought process. Someone in the organization is actually accountable and is actually getting the face time with the management. Because I've always seen the struggle, right?
They helped us. So corporate, yes, there is a heart in majority of the places, and they just need to find a right partner who does monitoring, evaluation. You can give them the impact reports and show the numbers, because at the end of the day, they also have to show the results to their board. So it's totally understandable, and luckily, NGO which has all these track records and system and process in place, I think will work wonders, and the trust and credibility is built over there. And just one more point, you spoke about the Swadesh song. It's a Ronnie's movie, and Ronnie runs this NGO, so that's why there are no copyright issues. So we absolutely use it very shamelessly everywhere, because that's connecting to everyone's heart. I guess that's why we use that song. Thank you.
Pradnya, I'm sure you also have a lot of examples, good examples.
I do, but I really want to talk about it in the context of the ecosystem.
Sure.
Right. So when we are working with the nano entrepreneur community, and just the fact that we're working with an entrepreneur, the entrepreneur's ecosystem is very diverse. Right? So you require lenders in the play, you need marketplaces, you need institutes for training, and of course you need funds, or rather, you need support from NGOs or from for-profit people, from not-for-profit social ventures, right? So there's a huge ecosystem. Some require funds, some don't, right? But when this ecosystem comes together, and just sitting here, I was thinking, if we can build a model around what he spoke about, right, and that model becomes part of the ecosystem, and then if CSR funds that, right, it comes together and you can have a business model right there, which we can facilitate. Swadesh is working on the ground, and they have lovely facilitators who know how to work with the community. So if they use the content that we've created, they have the funds to deploy it, and there you go. You've built another little community which is self-sustaining. And of course, the branding, marketing side and the CSR funds, if they come into the right places in the ecosystem, it can make a humongous difference, right? So it's all about bringing everyone together, profit, not for profit, the funds in the right place, whether it's CSR or government funds, and just pulling it all together and making a difference. So.
Absolutely. If the heart is there, then there is definitely a will.
Yeah, no, I mean the question here was whether those 2% of CSR is going through the right channels and is it making an impact. The reality is it's a mixed bag, because there are good examples where people are doing way beyond 2% even before it was mandated. And there are examples where people use CSR as a sales tool, so to say. But let's talk on a positive side. Top 100 listed companies on the capital markets have to furnish what they call as BRSR. Business Responsibility Sustainability Reporting, on which they have to show that how the money is being spent. The reality is that most of the businesses would try to spend money allied to their main cause, which is also fine as long as it impacts the people at the bottom of the pyramid. So I think it's a mixed bag. One quick example I want to give you, the company previously I worked with had a project undertaken with Gokhale Institute to set up a model net zero village. Again, I'm going to sustainability, where as a part of that model net zero village, they were desilting the water reservoirs, which means the water bearing capacity goes up, which means the farmers get more crop per drop or per the footprint. So that improves the quality of living and livelihood. Then they were doing solar. They were trying to aggregate dry and wet waste so that it can be used for waste to wealth generation in terms of biogas. Then they were trying to protect the biodiversity. There are estimated 8 million species on the earth. 50% we don't even know. From the 50% we know, there are many which are getting extinct. So we have to do something about it, because a biodiversity is like a beautiful jigsaw puzzle, small pieces. They all contribute to making a planet a sustainable place. But if you remove some of the pieces of jigsaw puzzle, what would happen? Same thing is happening if you kind of kill the biodiversity. And how the biodiversity gets killed? Because probably farmer after harvesting burns the agricultural stubble or agri-waste. In the process, microorganisms in the soil get killed. Low-flying insects which are contributing to pollination and bringing more harvest, more crop, get killed. So to make good of that, we are using more organic manure, which is actually hazardous to human health. So biodiversity is an important piece. So the organization was looking at how do we protect biodiversity. So there are many, many avenues for CSR funding. I mean, what you pick and choose and how do you measure the impact is very important thing. For instance, from the sustainability point of view, for everything there are life cycle analysis calculations. So whatever interventions you are undertaking, whether they are creating a positive impact is also has to be assessed. As engineers from MIT, we studied that whatever you can measure, you can manage. So we have to measure impact, what you are going to create. But I think this is a huge topic, and I see our commitment to being on time is getting to an edge. So
we'll open the house for questions if anyone has any. Yeah? Someone there?
This question is for Siddhant. We're talking about corporate, but ultimately we also talked about people. So when it comes to this space, there are a lot of people like me and maybe my friends who would want to contribute in this space. But the advertising, or if I can say the marketing for foundations, etc., primarily relies on fear. The phone call that comes in, it starts that way. So-and-so negative thing has happened, you don't contribute. What if it happens to your family? That's the narrative. And hence the question to you. The other is all the scams that are happening these days. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
All the scams that are happening these days. So we don't know where the money is going, and you donate something and then it gets siphoned off. So with given the grassroots level condition and the problem statements, what is the ideal market strategy which builds trust for people like me and many others who really want to contribute, but there's no way to authenticate what really are you getting into. There's so much work happening and everybody wants to be a part of it. There are no aggregators which we know of. We have aggregators for everything. But what is the ideal way to go about this?
That's actually a fantastic question. Thanks for bringing it up. I think you touched upon a very important part in the question itself, building trust, right? I think for CSR to even work, the organization has to build trust in itself, right? If the organization itself lacks trust, then anything else that goes out from their stable is going to be dicey. And that's the starting point, is what I feel personally. And when you look at it in perspective of inducing fear, the actual CSR is, CSR is supposed to be a silent experience. It's not supposed to be a loud experience. It's a part of the ethos of the organization, and it's their responsibility to make sure that they are with the right partners and the job gets done. And like I said, from within the organization, the same thing gets perceived in a way that, okay, how much focus do we have on this? And how do we make sure there's accountability towards this? And like Rahul spoke about this as well. So that trust has to absolutely come from first getting the brand to have trust. Today, brands like, let's say, Tata's, right, when they do, and they don't even talk about it. Like, they do give millions of dollars, they don't even talk about it, right? And that's because they have spent decades in establishing trust, and that's why when we hear names like that, everything resonates. Similarly for us, I personally did never face that challenge because Nike has such high trust, right? It comes with a pedigree, right? So it's easier to make sure that, okay, but having said that, we never really spoke about it. That's why there's no marketing campaigns around it, right? It's important to draw a fine line between what your brand is trying to do and what your CSR is meant to do. The minute you the minute you slide into each of these spaces, then the whole purpose is lost. That's the way I at least see it. But it's a fantastic question. Thanks for bringing it up.
So quickly, your question was about how do we harness the people into the CSR domain. So I just want to state you as a good practice in quick 2 lines. Many companies have what they call as PSR, personal social responsibility, which is tied up to the key result areas. And they have to, at the time of the performance assessment and the next year's goals, have to state what they did, which was not part of their absolutely day-to-day job, to ensure sustainability. So that's one of the ways people put in hours to make a planet a better place.
Sir, just small question.
For lunch after this, after one panel session, this is meant to be a thought kicker. I mean, you kickstart your thoughts and alignment. Please, we'll continue this. Hold these thoughts, and that is why that gives you a reason to network with them. That was the idea behind this.
Okay.
So yeah, do the honors. I mean, winding up forward.
So basically, let's wind up then. That's the call for it. Explicit clue. 30 seconds each one. Huh? You can do it for us. Okay, so that makes it even faster. Yeah, so we talked about community, we talked about trust. It's about people, it's about looking after each other, complementing, partnerships, ecosystem. All these are buzzwords, but not just buzzwords. I hope this panel today brought to life through some examples about what these actually mean on the ground. And really outreach to the grassroots is via most of these programs. And at the end of the day, it's all about tech. Tech doesn't mean only IT, and tech doesn't mean only computers. But at the end of the day, there's tons of data and AI that gets harnessed and channeled out there. So it's all fusing together into one big melting pot for all of us to take ahead. With that, I think, did I miss anything, or do you guys want to add anything there? No. Well, great. Thank you. Oh.
If Mr. Mahesh Mahale and Harshad Khivsara sir is here, do meet me. Mr. Mahesh Mahale and Harshad Khivsara sir.
Thank you.
at Delhi High Court and co-founder and operations head at LexGrid Legal. Ms. Sarika Kulkarni Pathak, founder and CEO of Cresa Green Tech. Ms. Meenakshi Jamtani, executive director of Jamtani Group. Please join us in welcoming this panel. Lighting adjust किया background में.
आवाज येतोय? Good afternoon, everyone. We'll start, right? Yeah. Myself, Sheetal Pawar, alumni of MIT COE, computer engineer by graduation, and now a media person. I know it's been a long journey even for me. I think after my graduation, this is the first time that I'm coming back to MIT. So altogether a very different experience, and even more happy because the topic which has been given to us, because it relates with the education that I did after completing engineering. The topic that we will be discussing today is unlocking potential, redefining success for women. And on panel we have Saurabh, Neha, Sarika and Meenakshi. The diversity of our panel is such that even if we share our experiences for next 30-40 minutes, that will be huge to cover what exactly means unlocking potential and defining success. So without wasting much time, I'll request you all to introduce yourself in short. We'll begin with you, Meenakshi.
First of all, thank you very much MIT alumni team, Neeraj sir and Sheetal ma'am for inviting us. It's really a nostalgic moment for all of us. I am Meenakshi Jamtani, 2007 ENTC pass out from MIT College of Engineering. I had been placed in IBM through MIT, worked there for 3 years, got trained in SAP through the SAP Labs Bangalore, and after my marriage, I got into family business of real estate. Started very small from accounting, headed over to finance, then HR, admin, all back-end operations, and gradually took over the front end. Now I am the face of Jamtani, heading the marketing and sales, CRM, ERP, everything. I mean, all the operations of the company are being headed by me now. So it's been a great journey. And I hope that I can address today's topic of unlocking potential and redefining success for women in this age. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Sarika.
Hello everyone, my name is Sarika and thank you very much. I'm very privileged to be here today. Thank you for inviting me. I am 2011 mechanical pass out student from MIT. And after graduation, I have over decades year of experience in design and development in India and in USA. And while working in USA, I got an opportunity to work with Johnson & Johnson for the hygiene product development, which got patented. So that's how my passion started in hygiene field. And after coming back to India, I explored more problems in this field and started my own venture, Cresa. And this is how my journey till now. And I'm very excited to this session ahead. Thank you.
So proud. Neha, please.
It's so good to be back home. So, hi, this is Neha, and I am 2009 pass out MBA. And after MBA, I switched to law. So now I'm practicing law. I'm a litigation lawyer in Delhi High Court and in Honorable Supreme Court of India. And I run my own firm. And I really hope as she mentioned that it just we share our experiences and that only go on for hours, it could go on. So I'm really looking forward for the session. Yeah.
Saurabh?
Thank you. Already feel like a toddler minority sitting, for a panel which is about unlocking potential, redefining success for women. I think what better example, out of 5, I'm the only guy, so the success is already here. Pleasure to be back home. Neeraj, Sheetal ma'am, Tara, every member of the Alumni Association, hugely thankful for making this dream a reality. I've been fortunate to be associated with MIT for the past 18 years. In my current role at MIT, I'm the secretary for the MIT Alumni Executive Council. In my full-time role or my profession, I am a people ops director. I work with a global organization, Krafton. We are a gaming company, and few of our famous products are PUBG, BGMI. So I'm the ops director. Started my journey in 2007. I'm a PGMP pass out in 2007 from MIT School of Business at that point of time. Was fortunate to get opportunities to work across the globe with the Tatas, with Photon Motors, with Capita, with Haber, and now with Krafton. And obviously, homecoming is nostalgic. It gives you goosebumps, and I'm really honored to be part of an esteemed panel. Thank you.
I welcome you all in MIT as well as for this panel. Let me tell you, we are not here just like आ गए हैं और अभी बात करने वाले हैं. We have prepared, we have discussed. Thanks to Neeraj and team that they made this happen. So the topic is redefining success. So first we have to define success, and it also says unlocking the potential. That means we believe that women have potential. And I starkly remember in one of our discussion, both of like Meenakshi and Sarika mentioned, when we talk about potential and success, I think it's about balance. That word balance was stuck in my mind. So when we say unlocking potential, that means we believe that women have potential to balance their life, their family, their business, their job, and everything that is around us, balancing the relationship, maybe balancing the society, balancing the ecosystem that we are around. So I think Saurabh comes from, like he always say, he's a people man, and right now he's working in the sports domain. Neha is from law, Meenakshi is from real estate precisely, and Sarika is working for women, health and hygiene with the help of technology. So a diverse background, as I said earlier. I would like to start our session with a question for all of us, which you can answer one by one. When we are saying unlocking the potential, let's first discuss the kind of barriers women experience in the field or domain that we are working on. For example, in media, precisely in print medium I am working right now, working timings, the kind of expectation this job demands is very critical when it comes to a woman to work with, because lifestyle issues, daily late night working shifts, travel time, all these are concerns when I am talking about media. So what you experience in your each respective fields and how you see women coping up with it. So we'll begin with you, Saurabh.
Sure. Thank you, Sheetal. And I have been privileged for the past, I would say, 20 years to work in a space which is dominated by the opposite gender. So, right from college, we were 5 amongst 60. And I think that ratio has not changed in the last 20 years for me. When I was heading a team of 50 human resources professionals across the globe, we were just 6 of us in that team. In my current setup, we are just 2 among 11. So I think for me, I've been fortunate to experience that potential at home, at school, and now in my profession as well. And I've always been fascinated with the essence the opposite gender brings to the table. And I've been fortunate that I've been able to taste success along with all of those amazing colleagues. From a barrier perspective, I think there are very well-known barriers, which Sheetal, you mentioned. I think beyond the flexibility, the challenges of the balance, I think one of the strong barriers which our women colleagues face is the perception barrier. The perception that ye nahi kar sakte hai. That is one of the strongest barriers which are there in the minds of us as guys, as well as it is there in the minds of women colleagues as well, because they are made to believe that this is something which you cannot do. And gaming, gaming is no different to this. A few years back, if you would have asked that what's the percentage of women in gaming, probably it was negligible. That has all changed in the last 3 years, where the recent panel who met our Honorable Prime Minister, that actually had a woman influencer in gaming who was part of that small cohort of 4 or 5 people who met the Prime Minister. Similarly, the number of women working in gaming also is significantly higher. And I'm extremely proud to say that at Crafton, we actually have women leaders in roles where they are paid higher than their male colleagues. So, which is a significant change in the perception. So, first one is the perception ki ye nahi kar sakti hai. The second barrier is created by us as men. And when I'm saying us, it is me. I'm sure all of you are different. Is, the essence of being sympathetic towards the opposite gender. They always say, and I tell this to my mom, whenever I make tea, you feel very happy about it. Ki yaar aaj Saurabh ne chai banai. But my better half makes it every single day. Why can't we feel happy about it? Why are we celebrating me making tea at home? That's not the case, right? So I think that's the second barrier which we have, that we make the person feel sympathetic. We make the person feel that oh, you are balancing all of this, you are superwoman. Nahi, you are not superwoman. You are human being is how I look at it. And I say that with respect, because the moment you put them in a sympathetic position, then you're feeling as if you're doing a favor. And I'm being very candid here. Spare me if it sounds harsh. But we make them feel that hum kuch kar rahe hai aapke liye. We are doing something great. And we are saying, "Arey aap itna balance." Nahi, does anybody say that to us as male? No. Then why can't we make it feel natural for them? That is the second barrier I feel, which our women counterparts feel. I think the third and probably the last one from my perspective is we are not able to celebrate the success which women bring to the table, and genuinely success. Again, there is that sympathetic bit which comes into play, but I think the celebration is not more like a partnership or more like a collaboration. It is more like, chalo, let's celebrate women being successful. Why should we celebrate women being successful? Again, I'm coming from a thought process that you make them feel कि अरे आपने बहुत कुछ बड़ा किया है. नहीं, why can't you make it feel very natural? And that is that natural celebration should come in. And I think that's the barrier which probably comes to my mind along with all others which you mentioned.
Quite interesting. Neha, I would like you to speak more on the, take the thread of last point which he said, equality. Because I remember you mentioning about it, and especially when you are working in the domain of law, and law is about justice, equality. So, of course, you share your experiences about barriers, overcoming it, but this concept of equality, if you can ponder more upon it.
Sheetal, I guess when this appreciation thing goes to the normal, then we will be having the success. When this panel discussion is not required, redefining structure of the success of women, then we will be successful. So I guess like every other profession, my profession also has so many barriers. And if I'll start with the start. So we were allowed to practice in the court after 1923 when that act has come for that. So Ms. Surabji was the first woman who graduated in law, and but she was not allowed to practice. Then after so many battles, there was one Legal Practitioner Women Act came, and then we were allowed again. So I am emphasizing on this allowed word again and again, because this should not be, no one owns us, okay? So we should not be allowing for that. And coming back to the barriers, so there are many barriers. If I'll talk about from my experiences only, it starts from the hiring process. Okay, so as Saurabh sir has very rightly mentioned that the perception कि ये कर ही नहीं सकती है. So when a girl is coming for the interview and when a guy is coming for the interview, so in our job, especially the litigation, and the criminal litigation, if I'll talk about, so there are unpredictable hours. You'll have to go to visit jail, you have to go to visit police station at odd hours, and there the person who is taking the interview, the senior, he thinks it would be not safe for a woman if I'll hire her. So I don't think so she'll be able to work more for me. So let's hire the guy. Maybe she can do more. Maybe she will bring to the table more than the guy. When I was there in this job, I was thrown by my senior, thanks to him. I really thank to him that I was thrown in the, like I was just, okay, jao tu Tihar jail ja, and just explore that. And so this perception is there. So this comes from the very beginning, from the hiring process. And then, of course, the safety. We are still not, we cannot say that we can stay out for late hours. And Delhi, I'm talking about, I'm there. So after 10 or 10:30, my mom starts calling me, where are you? And are you okay? And this and that. So that is there. So this safety barrier. In the courts, if I'll talk about the court premises, this is very basic thing, but this is also a barrier where women are not going into the litigation. They want to sit in the corporate sector, they want to just sit inside that precinct just because, why? Because the infrastructure of our courts, Delhi infrastructure is very good. Like we have the basic washrooms, we have the bar rooms, but if you'll go to the remote areas, if you'll go to the, I visited Agra Family Court last month, and I was looking for 20 minutes for a restroom. So these are the very basic barriers which stops us. So these are the points from, if I'll talk about from my front. And again, coming back to your thing, that equality. Equality, if I'll say, if a man, sir has said that if I am making the tea and I am being appreciated, and my wife makes, it's like her job, okay? So this appreciation, when it comes to the normal, then we achieve the success, I think, yeah.
Interesting. Going back to Sarika, you are working for women, their health, hygiene. And I remember mentioning when we were introduced to each other, I remember that you mentioned that you are nurturing your 2 babies. One is your son and another is your startup. So please share your 3 babies. So I would like you to speak a little more about your personal experiences, as well as while working with women, what your experience is, because the domain that you are working, it's altogether a very different stigma that women experience. So please share a little more about it.
True. So I would like to take you to multiple factors to become, like, being an entrepreneur and, success, like, defining success. So first factor, I think the most important, and I'm privileged to have, is the support which I received from family. And let me take you through the example why I'm saying this, because like Meenakshi, after graduation, I also got an opportunity to work with MNC. I got placed from college and I was very happy with my job. And then I got married, and I always wanted to pursue my master's in US. It was my passion since beginning. And that's what my husband and my family supported me, my in-laws, because my husband was in India at that time. So they really supported me to pursue my master's, and when I went alone there for 2 years, to pursue it. And at the time of masters only, I got an opportunity to work with Johnson and Johnson's, who wanted the innovation in the aesthetic of the menstrual hygiene product, sanitary pad, where I got the patent from them, which got worldwide. And when I came back to India, then I realized that, along with the aesthetics, there are multiple, social and, I don't want to go into technical, but, there are multiple factors that needs to be addressed. And that's how I started my venture, Cxo, where we are developing eco-friendly sanitary pads. So see, my journey started from support from my family, and that is a very major thing, I think, and a lot of women don't get that privilege to get support. So I think that should be very important factor everyone should consider. Second thing is the balancing. Definitely, I took out this topic at that time also. That our biological timing, progress timing, and our career progress timing both goes hand in hand. Everything goes like I had 2 kids, growing up 2 kids, and along with that, growing my venture. I never I never thought of becoming an entrepreneur. Technically, I have my family background is not into entrepreneurship. I'm first generation entrepreneur, but my passion of developing a new product, that made me an entrepreneur, and that's how I decided, to take this entrepreneurship ahead at any cost. So that's how, when you are happy at your personal state, okay, I'm balancing my home, I'm balancing my kids very well. That's how you give more attention. You can give more attention to your personal professional thing. So balancing plays a major role in becoming successful. Third thing I want to mention, that giving time to yourself, that also plays a major role. Your balance, your mental health, is your physical health, that also plays a major role in becoming a successful, being in the journey, having a successful entrepreneurial journey. It's not only like becoming successful in your core, in your entrepreneurship or in your career. It's all about balancing your life and career both. That's what I feel.
Interesting. I can totally relate to what you said, because the session was little delayed, and I had my day plan, because it's Sunday. This is the only day which I get as a holiday, and I had my day plan. Okay, 1 o'clock I'll be free, 2 o'clock I'll reach home, and then this is the time that I'll be with my son. Now everything is delayed, so I had, while we were like listening to the previous session, I was texting my helper Tai that please stay for 1 more hour, please give him food, please prepare evening snacks. So I can totally relate to what you are saying.
I can imagine.
So Meenakshi, coming to you, you had your own career, as you just mentioned, and now then going back to a legacy business, being part of it, I mean, all of us or many of us will relate to it, that it's not easy. So how you are maintaining your own identity in this whole system? Please share about it.
Thanks for the question. Am I audible?
Yeah.
So, like you rightly said, I came from a corporate world to a male-dominated jungle, I would say. Real estate is really a male-dominated concrete jungle. So, till the time I was at the back end, it was all good. The moment I came to the front end, leading from the front, people would say, ki, one, we don't want to be bossed by a lady. And secondly, ye kya kar legi? When it's time to meet officials of the of government, of various corporations and all. So you're not taken seriously. That's one thing which I have realized. But and talking about legacy वो होती है, मुझे लगता है जो somebody is taking care of something, it's been handed over to you. You are supposed to take care of it in a better way, and still you don't have the enough authority to take care of. So that's what I experienced when I came into this real estate field. So my father-in-law had been in the business for the last, I would say that time 25, 30 years. And my husband started this real estate business. So initially I had my share of difficulties. When I used to go to the office, I managed to reach at like 12 in the afternoon because I had just delivered a baby. And I used to finish everything and just rush to office. And I was not taken seriously. Ki, she's coming to office only for, some time. She'll just finish off her work and push back. So I had a very difficult time in proving myself. But I believe in one mantra, which is, you know, you need to plan and take time in sharpening your sword, and the cut that you inflict will give the outcome which is required, you know. So in this real estate field, yes, I worked a lot, and in setting processes and systems. So as we all know that this industry is not it's not very compliance friendly. There was a era in real estate which was a pre-RERA and post-RERA. RERA has brought in a little compliance here. But from the start, when in 2010, when I joined this business, I had always focused on, you know, processes, systems, documentation. And thankfully, you know, because of all this, we progressed. I'll give you some examples. And in 2011-12, when we were to start a project, and we needed finance from a reputed bank. So they did not give us finance because at that time we did not have our documents in place. It was all messy. So then during that time, I collected all the documents, had them in place, and we raised a loan. Initially, our funding was at 16-17%. And after we managed to raise a loan with a nationalized bank, it came down to 9.5%, which was a great, success for us at that time. And then that time everybody realized that yes, bringing processes and systems in place is the way out. And thankfully during RERA, we registered our projects like in the first 10-20 projects in Maharashtra. So I have always worked on systems and processes, and also talking on family supporting us. Yeah, of course my family has also supported me in a very big way. I have been blessed to be surrounded by fierce warrior-like women, I would say. Right from my late grandmother to my mother to my mother-in-law, all have supported me. I don't have to worry about, you know, whether the house is being managed or whether the kids are being managed. While I am at work, I am off to sites whenever I want. I have my day planned, and 11 to 8, I say I am the executive director of the company. Before 11, I am your mother, I am your daughter-in-law. Post 8, again, I come back to the same role. But between 11 and 8, I do whatever I have to, and that is required out of my role, because since I told you that from managing the back end to managing the front end, everything is actually, you know, it's a very big role that I am playing here, and I cannot give an excuse. If I give an excuse, then I know everything will go for a toss. So that's how I manage the...
Excellent. As you just said that you are a woman of processes, systems, and I think that makes you a very good planner, and that's seen in your personal life as well, as you just mentioned. Like the next part of our conversation, because you all are market leaders, you are leading your own farm, your own startup or your own business. Like in our first session, we shared about our own journey, our own experiences. In second part, I will request you all to share more about how we are enabling others, our women peers or women colleagues, to, you know, to break their barriers. So if Meenakshi will request you to begin with this, and what you are doing in your own farm. I mean, you have your life sorted, but how you are helping others to sort their life.
So I'll give you an example here. 6 years back, I joined CREDAI, that's a body of builders and developers in India. So that time they did not have a women's wing, and we were asked, because few of us were actually active in the real estate business. I recall having 5 other members with me, women members, who were actually requested to form a women's wing, and we searched upon data, and we got to know that there are 150 directors who are registered directors, women registered directors of the companies, real estate companies in Pune. So we approached them all, and thinking that, yeah, they must be, you know, active in business. But we got to know that nahi, hum 10 ही लोग हैं जो active हैं business में. So then at that time we thought कि rather than, you know, forming a formal women's wing who will start functioning from the very start, we should start mentorship programs. which will actually educate women in real estate of all the nuances of the real estate business. So that's when I got to meet a lot of people who shared their life experiences. We had technical workshops and non-technical ones also to educate all women in this real estate field. That's when I also got an idea that I can do this in my company also, because at that time I remember apart from me I had few women, some of them in accounts or some back-end job. But after starting the mentorship programs in my company and giving them hands-on experience and liberty and authority that is required, so today I have around 40% women working in the company, and I'm very proud saying that my CRM department, my legal department, HR is being led by women, and there are women in the senior leadership. This is at the Cxo level I'm talking about, but there are women who are at the HOD levels leading design, planning, interior designing, and so many other things. And I myself, I am leading the sales and marketing of the company. So so I think for women, you need to give them that liberty to balance their work and life in the company, one. And second, you should also provide them with a lot of opportunities to educate themselves in this real estate field. Like for example, my company has sponsored the IIM Lucknow Sales and Marketing Leadership course for me. We had sponsored the IIT Madras engineering and some technical course for our engineers to do, and out of them 4 were selected and 2 were women in that. So that's a great opportunity if you can provide education opportunities to the women working in the company. And there are maternity leaves which are given, and paid maternity leaves, because see, in a corporate sector it's very normal, because all this is structured, the leaves and everything is structured. But being in a real estate company, there are no leaves, there are no structuring, there is no structuring happening on that front. So it's only a cash rich and a capital rich business, I would say. And they don't think about women, or they don't think about now times are changing, but I think that giving them good opportunities to balance out their family life also is when we get women to actually contribute and bring success to the company.
Sarika, you are working with women. Do you interact with women on field? I mean, your direct customers, like share a little more about it.
Yeah, before coming to my professional one, while hearing the question, I just realized a day in my life start with women support. Like the major support, I stay close to my mother's house. So when she takes care of my kids, I can step out, to start my startup hustle every day. So my parents and my mother definitely. First one, then my maids, my caretaker, my kids' caretaker, all my personal life is getting helped by women, and I'm privileged and happy to have very strong women through whom I get support. Coming to the my career one, like I mentioned, the product which I have developed, which is hot water flushable sanitary pad, biodegradable one. So we work with a lot of CSRs and NGOs, for the distribution and for in our product. So while distributing our product to schools, colleges, we do a lot of awareness sessions in schools for women. So we educate girls and women right from what your menstruation is. We start from there till how the sustainability and eco-friendly menstrual hygiene product does make impact to your life. So we take a lot of awareness sessions to them. We teach them the exercises that you should do during menstruation, and we see the happiness. Like when we start our session, initially the girls are like they don't talk about it, and the school going girls, like 4th standard, 5th standard, and when we end the session, they come to us and then they they talk about openly, like all the things that they want to talk. मुझे भी ऐसे होता है, मला पण असं menstruation मध्ये असे, and we so feel happy that we made them talk about it. So that is the contribution I think we are doing to society along with our sustainable product. And I'm happy to say that our whole workforce is women currently. My team member, all team member are women. So I'm happy.
So glad to hear that. Neha, in your field, there are multiple stakeholders. I mean, a judiciary system, policy makers, your clients, uh, family of clients. So there are different stakeholders, and at different layer you interact with different women. So while you share your process of enabling women around you, please ponder upon all these stakeholders if possible.
That's fast. That's really like, okay. So, very first I'll start with being a first generation lawyer. I know the difficulty of coming into this particular litigation and not having any godfather. So I make sure that whoever coming to intern under me or whoever is my associate, I encourage them, I am accessible to them for everything, for anything, whatever they need. So I am there for them. So I make sure in respect with that part. And then when it comes to the family, I take care of many criminal and family matters. So there comes some 376 like very heinous crimes matter also, and family matters also. So there I do talk to the women who are either the victim or they are being making some allegation against. So there I make sure I do talk, and it's not about only there are some laws in respect with the protection for the women and how they are being misused by women. So I make sure if any case comes to me in respect with anything and I see that whatever is happening, I do tell to them that this is a shield has been given to you. Don't make this as a sword. So there also equality comes when we protect our men also from these kind of acquisition. So there I make sure these awareness has to be there. And then if I'll come to the administration of the judiciary, I have gone through a major so many things, and there I have heard advices not so required that madam कहाँ घूम रहे हो आप आराम से बैठो एसी में कहाँ आप चक्करों में पड़ रहे हो. So there I make sure to make a stand and to say that this field does not belong to the men or something. We are here. So I make sure to make my point everywhere. I make sure that a woman should be aware about her rights and not misusing the rights. So I do that on my part.
Great. Saurabh, you are heading a people division in your company. You have written in your LinkedIn bio that you are an enabler. So from a corporate perspective or for any firm perspective, what is role of somebody like you in empowering, different stakeholders like Meenakshi, me or Neha or Sarika in that company?
Sure. Thanks, Sheetal. And on the lighter note, in my profession, I have to make my presence felt. So, I think there have been 3 roles which I think I've been playing. And Sheetal, to your question, I don't think I've played any role in empowering somebody. They're already empowered. So I come from that thought process. We got to be allies, advocates, and partners. So these are 3 roles which we as men are expected to play if we need to have an equitable society. So that is one. Second, I do not believe in making decisions on behalf of my opposite gender in personal or professional space. I have been privileged to be reporting to a woman for last 18 years, except the current role where I report into a man. I've always reported into a woman, which made me feel empowered because we could understand each other much better because we appreciated our roles in our personal and professional space. The next bit is we got to be active listeners and we also got to be active speakers whenever we have opportunity to speak about equality. Next is, in the role of being a partner, I have advocated changing gender specific roles in personal and professional space. Our children look at us and they start learning. We have consciously made changes to our lifestyle where even sweeping the floor is done by me, because that's what my son will see and will start appreciating. And this is a conscious thing. So I think consciously we have to make these changes to our roles where personal biases get faded away, and then we move towards an equitable environment. So going back, I think it is being an ally, being a partner, and being an advocate in this journey of empowering each other. And I think we have to look at changing the entire fabric of the society. But then it has to start with me. That is what I believe in. If I start with myself, if my son replicates what I'm doing, then I think I've started in that journey, which is tremendously difficult, but not impossible.
Interesting. Neeraj, you want to go forward? Okay. So I'll just put a closure to our discussion. I think Saurabh started the discussion with defining job roles. I think this whole scenario of women, even in the previous panel, they discuss about CSR, sports, toilet, safety, girl child, everything was related to women. So I think a lot is being done for them, but what they really need and the choice of role, I mean, be it at home or be it at job, do I have the choice to define my role will be the first thing that will enable them is what we conclude today. And you all have, Neha and even Meenakshi mentioned the support system, or even Sarika mentioned about the support system. I think that push is also required, and that supporting ecosystem is going to be very crucial when they want to enable, women want to enable themselves. The three, I think Saurabh has habit of putting things in 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'll also take learn it from him. So empathy is very important. Giving a platform to share their thoughts, experiences is very important. And most important is your consciousness. As a leader or as a partner or as a startup owner, you're conscious, or even as a life partner, your conscious is very important. I think if we follow this, the life will be very easy for women around us. Thank you for listening to us.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Just before you go, just wait, hang on. I'll request all the panelists, moderators, not only of the panel sessions, but also the breakout sessions today afternoon, to please come on stage. A lot of hard work has gone, and members of the advisory board, if you can come and felicitate them on our behalf, and Dr. Milind Pandey sir, who is the Pro Vice Chancellor of MIT World Peace University, the Alumni Association Board of Directors. If you can come and felicitate all of them, it'll take 2 minutes, but all of our moderators and panelists have spared what n number of hours ideating over this, deliberately connecting internally between each other, that deserve a big hand. Thank you so much. The panels were meant to be either a torchlight or a mirror, but hopefully they have served their purpose. Siddhant, please come. So in the meanwhile, let's have a group photo for this panel. Jawaharji, are you around? Yeah.
Brilliant. एकदम pro touch. See it, अरे नाही खूपच छान.
पहिल्यांदाच करत होते.
नाही, come on.
आणि ते सकाळमुळे ना मराठीत बोलण्याची जास्त सवय नाही.
So we represent MIT WPU. These are we are felicitating them. So whoever is nearest to you, quickly we do this, and then we all pose for a photograph. Oh yeah, please. Come. Dr. Sheetal.
Hello, please don't leave the stage. We need to have one photograph all together.
घातलेला फोटो प्रो VC सांगितल्यानंतर that becomes which camera? हो ना किती वेळ हो ना
Lunch will be served at Atri lawns. So these are the lawns opposite the Dnyaneshwar